Okay, I'm just gonna quickly post in the main chat, like in the chat, the link to this in the chat room.
Wonders. I'm gonna put my change away.
Your change? Why do you have change?
I went to the movies, and instead of paying the overpriced tourist trap prices, I went across the street to Walmart and got a couple of sodas and some snacks.
That growing up, I lived relatively close to a mall. Like, I could ride my bike down to it, and the mall also had a movie theater in it. And just like on the corner, like on one of the intersections, where the in the mall off where the movies area was a place called Candy Heaven. And it sold any type of candy, and it had like the buckets where you could scoop out candy and buy it by the pound or by the ounce.
It was a proper candy store.
Yeah, basically it was the equivalent of the mall itself saying "fuck you" to cinema prices.
Yeah, fucking $7.64 for a medium bag of popcorn that, like, couldn't have been fucking 8 inches tall, 4 inches wide, like 2 inches across.
Ah, the NPC is here. You know, I'm not staying very long. I'm going to sleep. Just wanted to say hi and have fun. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have some fun. I'm just gonna wait for a minute, see if anybody actually shows up. I know that some people in the server are like overseas. I know that Die actually is in Germany, and I know that Anarchy X is in I think he's in Japan.
I was gonna say Thailand.
No, I'm pretty sure he's in Japan.
Well, may you awaken feeling well rested, the NPC.
Yep, he is my favorite NPC in this world.
It's good to have one of those every now and again.
Let me see here. Got the numbers went up to 2. 2 people in here.
Dos peoples.
Dos Equis.
Yes.
I usually wait to actually do anything until like the 10-minute mark. I'm just running around in circles in the research base.
Grandpa Stone's doing his calisthenics and Tai Chi.
Yep. Just you know, limbering up the old bones.
The old
head and shoulders, knees and toes, eyes and ears and mouth and nose.
What are those?
What are those? Blackbone Stone is like, I see that Grandpa Stone is asking questions about Destiny in the main chat room. Yep, legendary yellow items in Destiny are legendary items. Okay, it says we got 3 people in here. 1, 2, Reminds me of one of the jokes that I've seen online. It's like, everybody's always telling me to count Dracula, and I always have to tell them I've only ever seen the one. Funniest response to that I've seen is like, that's where the problem is. You haven't seen the others. It's like, okay, suddenly filled with dread.
Not Count Dread, pure dread.
Yep.
None of that off-brand shit. Okay.
Because if I talk to this bitch up here, I get to, it's either going down to the Rotten Vale, or it's going to I'm going to fight the Legiana, which is the ice creature. And let me just check this. What's my ice resistance? 0. Well, at least it's not in the negatives. Rotten Vale is one of the more annoying places because the effluvium there makes it so that your health will regularly degrade just by walking around.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's an area where if you in the top areas it's okay, but in like the deeper areas of the map, you can't stay around for long without constantly chugging constantly chugging potions.
So you're trying to get poison resist to...
Oh, it's not even poison resist poison resist won't help it. It's I believe that there's only one. I think that there might be a additional piece of equipment that might help down there, like a gas mask or something like that, kind of like the ghillie mantle that I have that makes me practically invisible. But yeah. Let me see here. One of the funnier things is that for the lack of people that I actually get on my video, like actually watching the videos live, I get like 30 to 40 people per video watching the VODs. So I know that people are actually watching, it's just that they're watching in retrospect. And one of the things that I'm planning on doing soon, I'm going to be downloading the videos, uploading the VODs to YouTube as well, and then editing some shorter versions of them. Like, I want one video solely dedicated. If you didn't see it, it was yesterday, I believe I did it. I spent a while trying to do a quest for Meowscular Chef, where you have to go to the ancient forest, and at the very top of it is a Rathian nest. And you have to take down, one at a time, 2 eggs, with the Rathian chasing you the entire fucking time.
Yeah, you mentioned this. Hey, I gotta run and loan my dad some money. I'll be right back.
I gotcha.
He's just outside.
Alright. Loan your dad some money. Okay, I'm gonna talk to this hot lady and see if I can... Oh, I can't send people on quests until we start flying.
What's up?
This is the ultimate bro. Seamus face. What was that? Let's see what Grandpa Stone looks in various armor sets. Okay, that's Russian. Rathian armor is nice. Okay, the Seamus armor actually, I didn't know that it looks like shades. It looks like shades. I wonder if I should switch out his iconic bone helmet for shades. Alright, I've waited the customary 10 minutes. So let me see about this. By the way, the echo is coming, for those who are looking at this VOD, the echo is coming from Rat's microphone, Rat's headset. Oh, sounds like he's coming back.
I have arrived back at the previous designed location.
I think you mean designated.
No, I have designed this location in my name. It is a very weird room, I assure you.
Does it have non-Euclidean geometry?
It doesn't even have geometry, it's just a bunch of fractals somewhere.
Ah. Well, I've waited the customary 10 minutes for anybody to get here, so hello to anybody watching the VOD, or maybe if I'm making a video of this on YouTube, like shortening it. My name is Gambler, and once again, we're coming back to the tale of Grandpa Stone. Oh, looks like Knight of Anarchy is saying something. Very sorry, but I'm not technically watching. I'm having this play in the background while I use Google Slideshow to talk about pancreas's what? I didn't expect that sentence to end that way. Yeah, I'm doing this while
Inquisition.
Yeah. Not even nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition, not even the Spanish Inquisition. They just show up, it's like, oh, we're here, I guess it's a crusade. But, yep, I did a bit of mining off stream, and got myself a full set of Rathian gear, other than the, bone helmet, because that is staying on. Though I did see something while talking to this bro over here. And what I did see is, it looks like the Shamos armor has a pair of shades. Like, no joke.
That's
it has just if I do this, like, look at how cool he looks. So it's either badass or looking cool. I'll leave that to people to say in the future, because we don't have that many people in the chat room right now. What do you think, Raph?
Rule of Cool wins, but Grandpa Stone with a giant head on his head, that's a pretty intimidating figure, no?
Yeah. It does make him more intimidating. We're working between the rule of cool and the rule of badass. Like just being a plain badass.
Oh dear God, oh no, never mind, this isn't cardboard. This is not my, I didn't, oh no, Jesus! That was not my...
Alright. Sorry, it took a moment to tell Grandpa Stone in the main chat that to stop posting that picture of the younger self talking to the older self, because it's really depressing.
Let's throw some more memes to make it
Oh, I got some good memes on my phone. Recently said, have you ever gone on the Reddit Spubby?
I've not.
Spubby is basically Reddit where people edit like the icons and logos and that kind of stuff for various name brands, and it just looks so hilarious. Like, I'll post one in the chat room right now. That is for, let's see here, Reese's Puffs, or here it is, Racist Puffs.
Me and Grandpa Stone are in a meme off. It's an amazing time.
Yeah, despite being an old man, he does have some pretty choice memes. Gambler with MGQ evolutions. Me after buying my entire family food without their knowledge that it was paid by drawing dragon cocks and paw jobs. Oh, did I tell you what? Did you read in the chat room one of the things that I'm planning on doing? In an effort to get more people to subscribe on Patreon, any sex scenes that I'm going to be writing for the future for MGQ Evolution is only going to be available on Patreon.
Yeah.
Because I personally know, and I'm guilty of it too, people are willing to spend money when they're horny. It overrides, it's a natural human instinct that overrides any logical thought. You could be... You could be like, only have $10 in your bank account and be in the right mood, and you see something that tickles your fancy, it's like, oh, it's only $5. Need operator. Oh no, hello operator, I'd like to report a whoa mama moment. Anyway, I'm gonna talk to...
Now is the time.
Yep, now is the time.
Right.
Let's go up and get hit by a Legiana.
I'm not sure where I got this. It might be here, but it could have been somewhere else.
The Nazi pizza?
Yep. What was that in this chat?
Oh, I love that the one that Grandpa Stone just posted about the chess. Yeah, it's like it makes sense.
It does. Like it's too logical that you can't dispute it.
I got something that would make any woman cringe.
Hey, also, you want something funny?
I am one who likes funny things. Yes.
You can see that he's wearing thigh highs, and because you can't see the sides of his thighs, we can't tell if the king is wearing a garter belt or not.
That king is obviously a femboy.
But how far is the question?
Probably far enough that Anarchy X would be interested in him.
I love how that's the ruler.
Yeah.
Chat.
Everybody in the chat, in the server, especially the admins, has things that are specifically wrong with them. And I don't hate any of them for it. I actually made them admins because of them most of the time.
Hey, over there. What do you think?
Yeah.
Hmm?
Hey, over there. Hey, listen. Hey, listen. Hey, listen, hey! Come on, why is it taking so long to Oh, it's taking so long to upload this because my internet cut out.
These two images are exactly this group that you've created.
Why the fuck is this recommended to me? Because they knew you would click it. Yes. That makes so much sense. Now I'm finally gonna...
There, heads up.
Here's a spubby that I think any woman would cringe at. Come on, why isn't it uploading?
This'll definitely complicate setting up camp. I know.
Let me see if I can post any kind of spubby.
The employer.
There we go, come on. Post it, you motherfucking asshole. I'm trying to participate.
When in
Not
doubt,
working. Oh, this
burn
one.
'em out.
Alright. So many memes. I'm tempted to just... Oh my god, I'm debating between a picture of me looking snazzy-ish, or a picture of breakfast food that looks like a pair of tits. I think I know what the chat wants.
Okay, I just
Racist
posted.
puffs.
Yep, racist puffs. If you actually look, everything has been changed to say something. Ignorance is always the first ingredient. Net weight, several centuries of xenophobia. Like, that's a perfect example of a good spubby.
Oh, yes, this is amazing landscape you're looking at. You people disgust me.
Okay, now this is the one that I was thinking that. Imagine a woman using that.
Emballage triple.
Tampax flaming hot.
Wait, what's that say at the top? Over... Power... Over... I can't see the top, damn it. I gotta get back to playing the game if you have not already.
If I do post this on YouTube. Oh, did you see my chicken? I'm gonna post one last thing. Did you see my chicken nugget thing that I posted earlier today?
Let me scroll up.
No, I'm posting a new one. I'm posting it again.
Oh.
McNuglet.
Somebody get this little niglet away from me. I can't with the fucking JoJo balloon.
What?
Oh, the JoJo balloon Grandpa said.
I beg your fucking pardon, yeah. This looks like spikes.
Oh, I have that image on my
Colonel.
phone.
Colonel, I found an Otagaran, or Radagaran, or however this thing is pronounced. Okay, I was almost crushed by a giant rib. Now draw her getting back to work. Okay. This thing is a... Oh!
Watch yourself.
It's a Radabon, yeah. It's the Autobahn.
Proceed with caution.
I'm fighting the Autobahn. This thing is going so much slower than it usually should. Oh shit. Oh shit, I'm about to be crushed.
Nothing can stop us.
Yep, nothing can stop us. We have nothing to fear but fear itself. And spiders.
Don't forget spiders.
Oh, I am fucking terrified of spiders. I'm not terrified of them in game. Like I never understood people that are afraid of video game versions of their fears. Like I can let's you know how have you ever seen how there's a lot of like arachnophobic people who can't play Skyrim because of the frostbite spiders?
Yeah, the thing we fight in the beginning. In the beginning. Take out the ankles. You gotta break his ankles. It's just protocol.
Hey, by the way, do you have a way to increase your microphone volume? Because I want you to be like louder than my game.
Let me party driven mic volume right now. That's in audio. Sounds indulgent. But just microphone though. It's just too hot here. No,
Like you're as high as possible?
Now I am. You might want to adjust the party to game audio slider in the party settings.
Okay, give me a second. I gotta... This game doesn't have a pause option, so... That's one of the things about Monster Hunter. It's like, Monster Hunter is just like, the, Dark Souls games and From Software games where you don't pause. It's either you finish what you're doing or you die.
Yep. Alright, I am going to put you on my phone, go do the trash, and but I'm going to keep you on the phone so I can respond should you need me.
Okay.
Then I can still hear what is happening in La Momente because of my shitty French / Spanish accent.
You have a French accent? Yeah, I only speak 3 languages. They are English, profanity, and sarcasm.
I speak English, and... Oh, good heavens, sir.
The language I'm most familiar with is profanity, so... For dumb fuck. I'm looking at the chat room. Game night, like, usually it's like 6 and 9, so it's like 4, you dumb fuck. Okay, I'm gonna adjust the party audio.
Yeah. Should help. Get done with these.
First, I'm gonna go back to camp.
Here.
If chat audio from another party is difficult, move the slider. Okay. Let's hope that that works. Player 3. Alrighty then. So I'm gonna need to go fight the Radobahn, the Autobahn, Wachenschulden. Autobahn, Wachenschulden. I've got to sight a great Gyros and fight a Radobahn. Let me see here. Okay. I hope you sleep perfectly average. Not even sleeping well, just sleeping perfectly average. And the roar stopping my combo. Let me see here. Oh, I should probably eat some meat soon. Do the roar! Oh, I remember right now that I was actually going to tell you before. One of the things that I talked to you about on Friday, at the end of the conversation on Friday, was that I said I was going to tell some interesting stories about my dad. At this point, I'm pretty sure that my dad is immortal, and that's mainly because he's had so many things happen to him that it's just gotten old to hear. Oh, I'm getting sleepy. You are getting very sleepy. I didn't know that the Radobahn could do that. But one of the things, like, for example, my dad has been hit and dragged by a truck. He has been he's had his heart stopped by a spider, been struck in the head by lightning, and at this point, if someone told me he died, my first response would be, if I don't see the body, there's no proof. Like, just one example of how done I am with it, and my dad understands this. He's like, he actually laughed when I told him this. I used to go to a place called Job Corps, and one day I got a call while, you know, learning, doing everything, and it was a person telling me that my dad was in the hospital with sepsis, you know, organ failure, and they didn't think he was going to make it. My first response was, is he dead? Excuse me? Is he dead yet? No. Call me again if he's been dead for more than 5 minutes. Like, that is how done with it I've become at this point. I'm half sure that if he actually did die and we were at his funeral, shortly after the sermon started, he would sit up in his casket with nothing else wrong with him. Let's see here. Gonna break your parts. Gonna boop ya. Boop. 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 I gotcha. Tell me when you get back, I'll continue my stories about my immortal father. You're just not gonna be able to hear. Oh, I think that you'd find them funny. That's why I'm gonna wait for you. Oh. Yep. Whether I'm a fortunate or unfortunate gambler is depending on the time of day. Oh, they absolutely are. Of course you would. Don't think I don't see what you're doing, Robert. Okay. Hopefully this thing dies soon so that I can get done with it. I'm actually surprised that you didn't go by your I'm actually surprised you went by your first and last name here on Twitch rather than just Shadebow, like usual. I know that your PlayStation account was hacked, but I didn't think any other account would have been hacked. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Using the first and last name is more professional. Yeah, true, it is. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I need to drink. Come on. This is towards the end of the fight, and it's getting me in a daze every 5 seconds. Artwork of mine, I'll be starting with my real name later. I gotcha. Shadebow, the dark side of the rainbow. I always go on just about every platform as unfortunate or fortunate gambler, depending on whether or not they will allow me either the name unfortunate gambler is taken or if it's too long of a username. Mainly because I'm I got you. I know that your Discord is Shadebo. You recently joined the chat, but yeah, I usually go by unfortunate gambler and fortunate gambler or lucky gambler or unlucky gambler, depending on like what's available for whatever platform I'm signing up for. Oh, it's limping. Good. Did I hear you come back, Wrath? Grab a water bottle, grab a soda, grab anything. Like a giant? Oh, wow. Yeah, I used to have one of those growing up in my house coming out. No, I understand. I had one of those in my house growing up as well. Hot water, cold water, that kind of stuff. I'm thinking about possibly going by... Yeah. Shut up, Robert. Nobody cares. Going by anti-disestablishmentarianism. Fuck you. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna try putting down a trap. And it's a trap.
Your stamina cap is dropped.
I'd love to see someone hack that account. Yeah, they probably give up just because give up hacking an account named anti-disestablishmentarianism just because of how much effort it would take. Okay, I gotta go find a great gyros. Hate those things. I really do hate this map. Because right here is okay, but down there, you see those bursts of gas? That's effluvium. And if you get... Oh, what the fuck? Who's attacking me? But yeah, if you stay in the effluvium, you're...
This place is filled with that vapor stuff.
Yep.
Don't breathe it in or your health will drop.
Yep.
Is this the effluvium? Be careful not to touch it.
Yep. Have fun. Clear the save data. Oh yeah, because your account was hacked. I remember you telling me that last time we hung out. Okay, where's a great gyros when you need to spot one? Fire herbs are important for me to create. Okay, I'm gonna eat some meat. Lost my threaded cane and it won't give it back. Oh, that is incredibly unfortunate. Yeah, Robert's saying that he's having to clear out his save data there because he lost his threaded cane and can't get it back. I don't know how he would do that, but true. From Software games are like notorious for being incredibly unforgiving. So
The effluvium's cut your health in half. Have you got a nullberry on you?
yeah. I have a... Yeah. Well, here's one thing that I think you would find funny. I have a comic saved on my phone, and it's basically a guy like finishing a challenge run, and he's just like, "Yes, I did it. Do you see me, game devs? Do you love me now?" And it just shows like one of the game devs standing in front of a computer. It's like talking to another one. It's like, "Hey, so." A guy just beat our game with no upgrades at all. And the other guy's like, why? It's like they don't really care. It's like, why would anybody subject themselves to that? Like, I understand wanting to spice things up when you get too good at a game. But there are some times when it's just like, especially those no-hit like gauntlets, where people try to go through like the entire, or no-death gauntlets, where they try to go through like an entire series of games without dying once. It's just like, Especially games like Bloodborne and the From Software games, where you don't actually get to choose the difficulty. The difficulty is yes. Yeah, if you want to suffer... Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, you can choose just, close the game and never play it again. Yep. Yeah, that technically counts as, you know, as choosing to suffer the least. Okay, I'm gonna eat myself an ancient potion to get my health up. What kind of reference? No, I don't get that reference. What's it a reference to? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ah. Makes me think of, for some reason you made me think of, a thing that I saw. It's like, I scream, you scream, we all scream constantly. Every day is a new nightmare in this hell world we call Earth. Come on. I'm dying. Anyway, back to the stories of my immortal dad. My dad, just 3 years ago, I believe it was, he got his leg replaced. He had to get his leg cut off below the knee, because when he was in high school, like 50 million years ago, or rather 40 years ago if you go by his actual age, he got a break. He broke his leg. And ever since then, he's always been, like, having problems with, like, regular infections, that kind of stuff. He heals from them really quickly, so it hasn't been a problem until now. When he went into the hospital the last time, they found that he had four forms of lethal bacteria living inside the damaged leg because it never healed properly. And he had to get the leg removed. Like, we could have probably used that leg for biological warfare. I voted to keep it, but apparently hospitals have a thing about not giving out biological weapons. It's depressing, you know? I mean, just imagine being able to keep that in, like, your freezer, and just one day somebody pisses you off, just like, okay, I'm getting the leg. Excuse me? I am going to get the leg. What leg? You'll find out. But yeah, my dad has just the exact same you know, fucked up sense of humor that I do. And he's actually a good sport about it. One time, there was a family dinner. It was on Thanksgiving one year, and we always had Thanksgiving at my aunt's house because she had like this really big house that could fit everybody in it, basically. And it had a playground out back. Now, on this particular day, my dad had left his prosthetic in the car because his stump was feeling bad. But he used his walker to get up to the house. And funnily enough, I might have to. By the way, after I tell this story, I'm gonna be. Actually, I'm gonna pause right now because the stream because I gotta readjust the audio again because. I thought by rebalancing the audio I could hear you over the system, and it turned down your volume and the system volume. So give me a second. Okay. Yeah. Adjust audio mix, and I put it so that your audio is the highest, but you're not coming across as any higher than the. I might actually have to turn the overall volume up. Okay, party, chat audio, prioritize party chat, yep, and audio mix, yep, party audio. Let's see here. Yeah, I see that now. Turned you up just now.
The PlayStation or the phone up?
I turned the phone up.
The one I just left.
Oh fuck. Well, I thought it would be best to use for the phone because the phone doesn't have the problem with like chat back. Like I can't hear an echo. So it might be best if you just use the phone app.
That can be arranged.
I have made a slideshow about pancreases using very little. Why would you do this, Knight? I thought it was a joke. To be honest. Do you see that in the chat? I can hear you. But yeah, apparently, Knight has created a slideshow solely based around pancreases. That's what I would want to know. Is it that's a good question. Also, Bloodborne at the end. What? Why would you put? I'm gonna rebalance the audio again real quick. Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. Both microphone and gameplay are being broadcasted again. Oh, I accidentally. But yeah. The question here that I want you. The question here that I want you to answer, Knight, is the same question that Wrath just asked. Is the pancreas thing for like fun or educational purposes or? But getting back onto the topic of the story of my dad, on this... Oh, he just felt like it. But on the story of my dad, he was here... we were going to, we were at my aunt's house. He had left his prosthetic leg in the car, and he was just sitting on the couch, and we were just, talking everything. Suddenly, my uncle comes up to me, and he's like... Hey, Robbie. That's my nickname in the family. do you want to see something funny? Or you want to see something interesting? And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, well, there's this interesting bird in the backyard here. And I was just like, a bird? All right. So I went over, and that's where I saw it. The younger members of the family had broken into the car, like they broken into the car that my dad left his prosthetic leg in. Took the leg and put it at the very top of the jungle gym in the backyard. Exactly. So I was just like laughing my ass off. I'm like, that's a pretty big and interesting bird, I'll tell you that. And I ended up showing my dad the photo. Well, I showed my dad a photo of it, and he's just like, interesting. And he actually laughed because the funniest thing about it, even without his leg, my dad could have climbed up there. One of the things that I got from him is that we're both incredibly adaptable. But it's more along the lines of he was born strong, I was born adaptable. Because I come from two family lines, obviously, but I know. And grass is green, the sky is blue, and I'm playing a video game. But on my dad's side, all of the men and women are born strong, like denser bones, denser muscles, that kind of stuff. Like when my dad was hit and dragged by a car when he was young, he dented the front of it. Yeah, that's the kind of family that is. On my mom's side of the family, however, people made out of tissue paper. Like one day my mom went into an allergy doctor because she kept having allergic reactions and she didn't know what to. They told her, "Oh, you're not allergic to anything. You're just allergic in general." Because she was allergic to every single thing they tested her for. Yeah, that should give you a bit of a view on how my family is. I was born a little bit halfway between. I don't have a strong or weak anatomy. I have an adaptable anatomy. In that I am not strong unless I need to be. I build muscle faster than most people, but I also lose muscle faster than most people. My job that I had before my most recent one at Apple was I worked as a butcher's assistant. It took me maybe 1 or 2 weeks to build up enough muscle to no longer have any problems with lifting all the meat, all of the buckets, all that kind of stuff, and moving around.
Have we met?
I have both an adaptable body and an adaptable mind.
I'm from the First Fleet. You folks are lucky to be alive.
Look at this old lady.
Hang on.
Pretty sure Grandpa Stone is in love.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
Just glad you're still in one piece. Fifth Fleet.
What are you playing?
What are you doing out here?
Actually...
Oh, do you have the DLCs?
This is from Zora Magdaros. I'll see what I can find. I've spent years delving into this valley's secrets.
The Mechanist DLC is one of the funniest things. And the reason why I say that is because do you know how it ends?
Learn all that you can about this place. Next time we meet.
Would you like a spoiler, or would you prefer me not to spoil it?
We're on the job.
Good. See ya.
The Mechanist is somebody who is far out of their depth. Like they actually they discovered the thing that allows the robots to be made and that kind of stuff, and they originally wanted the robots to be helpful, and they don't know what is going on. Like, they're not actually an evil person, they're just, you know, way out of their depth with what's actually going on with the things that they're trying to do. It truly is unfortunate. Let me see here. Knight's gonna post the link in the Discord to the pancreas. he actually did it. What the hell? This is you go first. I was just exclaiming my disbelief. He did, in fact, create a PowerPoint about the pancreas. The question... Well, we know that he did it just because he felt like it, but the next question is, why would he... Where did the idea to do it come from? Like, why the pancreas in particular? I really, really love my pancreas. That's a song by Weird Al.
Prepare before going down to the bottom of the rotten veil. There might not be any turning back once we're there. Greetings.
This is the person where I can send them to send a group of palicos out to get me stuff for free. Arthur's Explorers. Yep, free labor. Should I go send them to the Ancient Forest or the Wildspire Waste? I'm gonna flip a coin. Usually whenever, gambling is just, it's always been a part of my thought process in general. Flip the coin. Okay, tails, so Wildspire Waste. And then A, B, or C. Well, C is the one that has more green stuff. Well, actually, we want more red stuff, so... Yes, because those have more stars. I love this animation. Like, just as much as I love the Meowscular Chef. Like... Whee! I just wish I could send the cat over the edge of this thing. Like that. One of the most Oh, you go first. Yep. Return to sender. You have an achievement called... Is it in, Fallout? Minecraft? Is it for, knocking something back at a ghast or something? Fireball. Ah. That's like one of the easiest achievements to get then. Let's see here. Create some herbal medicine. Okay. Speak to the First Fleet Master. Master?
Now is the time.
Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking. Master has given Dobby a Glock. one of the funniest things I've seen with that was somebody who actually was trying to type that in a chat room, but accidentally put Mater has given Dobby a Glock. Mater has given Dobby a Glock. And then somebody went a step further and like did an actual like Photoshop of that happening. Just the tow truck Mater. Like, my name's Mater, like Mater, but without the tuh. I grew up in the South, so I can say things however I want, to be honest. I grew up in Florida, Midwestern Florida, which is only people from Florida will really understand this, but the further north in Florida you go, the further south you go.
They look so free.
I know that sounds contradictory, but
So, what's the bottom of the
yeah,
veil
the
like?
southern Florida is more like northern America, and northern Florida is southern America. Like Miami is is like a northern accent area and all that kind of jazz. But the further north you get, the further you get into the southernness of the state.
The world is full of mysteries to consume us.
Yeah, and delicious mysteries to consume.
This is why I call her Alice. She's just like, the world is full of, like, she's talking with the Third Fleet Master. She's like, the world is full of such amazing mysteries to discover. And Alice and the handler's just like, and amazing and delicious things to consume. I'm like, that embodies Alice to a T.
As I thought.
Yeah, Knight is still trying to post it. I just saw two things about Knight right now. Oh look, it's the Legiana. But Knight has repeatedly tried to post the thing in the chat room without success. It just keeps going to Google Drive sign in.
We should regroup.
If you're wanting to post something in the chat room from Google Drive, what you need to do is on the Google, on the Google document itself, go up to File, and then, I believe it's File and then Share. Or you could just click the Share button that shows in the upper right. And then it'll give you the option to, like, copy a link or just share it to a specific location. Also, Knight apparently refuses to tell us why or where he got the idea to make the pancreas make the pancreas slideshow. Why couldn't I get that out of my fucking mouth? Say it. That's what she said? Wasn't as bad as I thought it would be.
Boy, what are you?
Well, one of the things that I pride myself on is because of the environment that I grew up in. I don't exactly have any like, you could literally call me anything, do anything around me or anything like that. And the most I'll say is something along the lines of, like with Kat in the main chat room posting that depressing meme. No, with Kat in the main chat room posting like disgusting pictures or or with Jade having, or Grandpa Stone having posted a depressing meme. There are some limits, you know. It's just like if you're making jokes about people, like making fun of me, that kind of stuff, I have no problem with it. Roast away. What? Ah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hmm. For me, I actually had a thing where I actually told everybody back in high school that I will I will respond to literally anything as long as you just tell me in advance that that's what you're going to call me. Like, I really just didn't give a fuck. And one of them tried to be like, okay, from now on I'm going to call you Pretty Pink Princess. And I was just like, alright, bet. 2 months later, in the lunchroom, he thought that I had forgotten about it by then. And he just called out, hey, pretty pink princess, over here. And I looked over him like, what the fuck do you want? Like, I had no problems. I was one of those kids back in high school that I was unhinged, and everybody thought that I was one step away from becoming a serial killer. Yeah, basically, I was just unhinged enough. Like, I could make bird squawking sounds. I could make very creepy expressions on my face. I've been able to roll my eyes up into my head since I was in kindergarten. So, yep. And I just had one of the things is I was an advanced student. Like, I was always in the honors classes. Like, always, and I was one of the smartest people there. But I was just unhinged enough that because I didn't care about anything. Sorry, my mic got disconnected. But yeah, I was unhinged enough that I would do just whatever I wanted, and if someone saw me doing something, they'd just be like, "Oh, that's just Sparky. He does things." That's actually my nickname besides Gambler. I go by Sparky and Well, I go by Sparky because I have a problem where I constantly generate static electricity to the point where every single piece of metal I touch zaps me. Zap? Yep. It's to the point where if I'm out in public, what you'll actually see me do is before I grab like a metal door handle, I'll gently like slap it or tap it to discharge the electricity first. But one of the funniest things, back in high school, I actually took medication. I have a bevy of psychological and chemical imbalances. Some examples being ADHD, autism, social anxiety disorder, bipolar disorder. Like, and one of the things is all of my hyperactivity disorders multiplied off each other. So if I did not regularly take my medication back then, my brain would drive itself insane. Because one of the things that happens right now I counteract it by I gain biofeedback, which is conscious control of all the subconscious functions in your body. And what I can do now is I constantly pump minute amounts of hormones that keep me in a slightly drowsy state at all times. Because if I'm ever completely awake, I'll react just like I did before when I was on the days when I hadn't taken my medication. And what would happen is I would be actively thinking of every single thought I had that day. Now, that doesn't sound that bad, but the way that my body would kind of try to counteract that was like counteract the meltdown that would cause an autistic mind is I would be pumped full of happy hormones, dopamine, serotonin, that kind of stuff. And I would be put into a hyper happy state where if like the more extreme things were, the happier I was. Like it was pure, insane, corrupted happiness. Eventually, by the end of the day, the whirling thought processes would catch up to me, and I would cry myself to sleep because I didn't understand my own thoughts. And for someone with autism, that's a nightmare. But one of the things, the reason why I'm bringing this up is I made sure to make friends with all of my teachers. And I also had acquaintances in every single social group. So I could do something unhinged. I could piss off somebody from any social group, and they would be on their way to kick my ass. But the one acquaintance I would have in their group would be like, hey, that's just Sparky. He does things. You know, you don't need to fuck with him. But what I was getting at was one day I hadn't taken my medication, and I was on the edge of, like, I was trying to keep the hyper happy state from happening. And on this specific day in my history class, we were watching Forrest Gump, and I was just like, thank God, because I don't have to think too much. I just have to watch a movie and let my mind go. Problem is, I had some other students in the class that were talking throughout the entire freaking process, and that was distracting, as you can probably guess. Well, what ended up happening was, after a while, I just slammed my hands down on my desk, looked over at them. If you the motherfuckers don't shut the goddamn fuck up, I'm going to kick every single one of your asses. Everybody was staring at me like, did he just say that? And they looked at the teacher. The teacher looked at me, looked at the class, looked at me again, looked at the class, and just like, he might have been a little bit out of line, but he's right. You should be quiet. That's the Yep. Oh, my senior year was amazing because I had an anatomy class that my teacher knew that I was leagues ahead of everybody and that I had already finished reading the whole textbook. So our science classes for the school were all in the same building, and they were divided in half. One half had like these long tables with chairs and the teacher's desk at the front with a projector and everything like that. The other half was a series of lab tables that were built into the ground. They had sinks, they had outlets, they had everything that you could possibly think of. What I ended up doing was I ended up sleeping on the lab tables during class. And I'm not talking about, like, sitting at a lab table and, like, having my top half lay on top of it. I would climb on top of the lab table completely, lie on my side, and sleep. And I only got called out for it once, and it was the funniest thing. One day, the teacher, Mrs. Ramos, called out to me. She's like, "Hey," my name. I'm not gonna tell you my name, but say, "Hey, gambler." What? Roll over. You're facing the wrong direction. Like, she didn't. As long as technically my body was facing the direction of the screen, she did not give a fuck. And that was the funniest time. I actually thought that I was going to get in trouble because this is one of the first times I had done this. But she just immediately was just like, "Roll over, you're facing the wrong way." Okay then. High school was some of the best years of my life, I swear. Especially because, like, when you have a reputation where nobody wants to fuck with you, you can get, and not like the reputation of school bully or, you know, big jock that does. No, everybody acknowledged that I was freakishly strong because, like, that was, my senior year was around the time when I, learned to, do the biofeedback, and I can push my muscles up to 100%. And everybody acknowledged that I was strong, I was intelligent, and everything like that. It's just that I was weird, too weird to be in any real social group. But everybody just left me alone. One of the more interesting things that I can remember off the top of my head, have you ever had one of person that constantly is pulling the race card to get away with stuff? Had a guy back in my he was at that same history class. His name was Serge, and he was African American. I have no problem with him, you know. He was in the honors classes just like me, so it proved that he was smart, just like the rest of us. The thing is, he would anytime someone would he was a bit of a glory hound kind of person. Like he was the popular kid that would talk whenever he felt like it, do whatever he wanted. And if anybody ever tried to tell him to quiet down or do this, do that because he was disruptive or being annoying or anything, he would pull the race card and be like, "Oh, is it because I'm black? Are you racist? Is that what's going on here?" And just about everybody would back down because even back when I was in high school, the race card was a bit of a hot button, and he was taking advantage of that. What ended up happening with me was he discovered that I don't really give a fuck about the race card. One day he wasn't stopping he just kept talking in the history class, and you know, I was just sitting there allowing him to do whatever the fuck he wanted. I ended up talking up. I eventually ended up getting annoyed. So I was like, "Hey, dude, can you quiet down? I'm trying to listen." And he's like, "Is it because I'm black? Are you racist?" And I'm like, "If I say yes, will you shut the fuck up?" I did not care about being labeled as racist if that meant shutting him down. Okay, this is pretty badass. Look at this. This is a Bloodborne outfit. Yeah. This is a Bloodborne outfit. I might actually create this just to say that I have it. Or just to use it on, like, particular missions. Yeah, it's basically Eileen's outfit. And this is... It's not as powerful, like, as strong as the, Rathian... the Rathian, uniform. But... I might actually go after some great Gyroses, just to say that I have the armor. I think it's just you and Knight that are in chat right now. I gotcha. Yeah. Okay, let me see. What do I need for gyros? It's like a... Oh, the delay between what I'm saying and the chat room? Or Twitch? Oh! Why Why is that considered stealing? It's in a trash can. Oh, Knight was made a reference in the chat room to in the main chat to one of the stories that I read, the Slayer Gamer. To swanky be strapped. It's one of my favorite gamer stories. You've read the Slayer Gamer? Well. By the way, I think that the delay might just be a you thing, because I'm actually looking at my the live stream from my end, and it is showing like I'm going back and forth, and it's only like a 1 second delay. What did he name the pancreas thing? Is that what you're saying? What did he name it? Pancreases? But yeah, one of my favorite gamer fix is the Slayer Gamer, and the follow-up that's currently ongoing, Tavish Reloaded. Basically, it's for you, Wrath. It's a gamer story based around character who his class, like his starting class with the gamer system, was Slayer, and he gets all of the powers. But the beginning starts with Attack on Titan, but it like goes from there to Cyberpunk to BioShock. Like he ends up adopting Eleanor from BioShock 2, and also he gets 2 versions of Elizabeth from BioShock Infinite living with him. He suddenly went silent. Let's see here. I need Great Gyro Scales. Great Gyros. Oh. And just Gyro Scale. Ah, I gotcha. Paralysis Sacks. Ravishing Burn. Reloaded. No, it's not Ravishing Burn, it's Tavish Burn. But yeah, his yeah, Wandering Ursa made one of the better ones. Another writer that I like that makes pretty good fan fictions, especially gamer fix, is, let me just, he goes by Flame, but that's just a let me just see here. I don't know for certain. Yeah, Flame Claws. Yeah, his most recent one is Fortune's Favors, and I'm actually caught between not wanting him to like, my problem with Flame Claws is that he does regularly like abandon his stories, but if I were to criticize him for that, I'd have to criticize myself as well, because I'm guilty of that so like just as much as he is. Yeah, especially how it's Villain of the Void also goes along with Worm. But then again, almost no Worm fan fictions go that far. Like, that's the unfortunate reality of that. Well, in the locations that I look at. Let's say that. Okay, I'm gonna go catch another Great Gyros. Yeah, I mainly look at the archive, web novel, and fanfiction.net, mainly due to the fact that they're easier, easier to one they're easier to find things, and two, they have a formatting that is pleasing to me. I mainly go to but I go to web novel when I want a cultivation novel mainly. Whenever I want to subject myself to that kind of bullshit. Yep. I would be I'm actually upset because I can no longer post on archive of not archive. I can no longer post updates to MGQE on fanfiction.net because my computer, my normal computer that I used to write with broke months ago, and I never got around to actually fixing it before I lost my job. But I've had to pull up an old computer that's still running Windows 8. Yeah, and every single time I try to update it, it tells me that it can't contact Windows servers. So that's an annoying thing. Okay, I already ate. So let me see here. Manage items. Devil's Blight. Parashrooms. Smoke nuts. D's nuts. Yep, D's nuts. I have a aunt who growing up I called her Dee Dee, but her name's Betty. It's mainly because my sister and I couldn't pronounce her name when we were little. Yeah, so we just called her Dee Dee. Now I just call her Betty or Elizabeth. Not entirely the smartest family member that I have. The tarpist. But yeah, she's not. As one of the here's a reference to Toy Story 3. She's not the sharpest knife in the place that they put the knives. Not the sharpest crayon in the toolbox. I've read a few of them, but it's like I can never really get into them. I have an obsession with isekai more often than not. That's my problem. Like, I barely will read any stories that have like original characters that are from within the universe, you know? Yep, a Creeksman. They're actually my favorite person from like group from the 40K. Mainly because of their nihilism, and that it's like like some of the memes that I've seen is like, hey, we need sandbags. Johnson, go die over there. Sir, they have us surrounded. Those poor bastards. Good. Yep, that the best thing about the Kriegsmen is that they say that you fight harder if you think you're going to die. The thing about the Kriegsmen is they know they're going to die. So they fight even harder because of it. It's like, oh, I also love their horses. Do you know? Have you heard of the horses of the Kriegsmen? The horses of the Kriegsmen are specifically designed. Take a horse and cross it with a bear. It's like they are huge. They eat literally anything. They can digest literally anything, and they are like like it takes more to kill one than an average horse or even a bear. Exactly. They're like one of the most amazing cavalry like one of the most amazing cavalry branches in the entire Imperium. But mainly because their death steeds are practically immortal. Yep, what happens when the horse doesn't die? What happens when the horse is more dangerous than the person riding it? That's essentially the conundrum that you come upon. We shot the rider off the horse. What the fuck have you done? Now there's nothing holding the horse back. So, yep, that's essentially what it is. Like, I believe that even like their hooves are more dangerous. Yeah, one of the things about the Warhammer universe as well is that you can't really judge it by using our standards, because the fact remains that the main reason why they have to do as all of the things that they end up doing, such as, you know what a penitent engine is, right? A penitent engine is when a person is basically strapped to a piece of mechanicus machinery that is usually a war machine, and their body becomes partially fused with it, and they're put in this position because they are sinners, and they have to in order to repent, they basically fight to the death. In whatever they have to do. Sometimes penitent engines are used to fuel like tanks and stuff like that, and it's like the person's life force and soul is also used as part of the fuel. Yeah, take a dreadnought and take away all of the like, and when I talk about dreadnought, I mean the Astartes dreadnoughts, and take away all of the prestige that comes with it, and replace it with pain. Yep. Oh, want to hear one of my favorite theories about the Warhammer 40k universe? You know how the power of the orcs is the WOG energy field, where as long as they believe something, it actually happens like that, and the more that of them there are, the stronger it is. What if the entire universe? What if the universe is constantly at war because the orcs want it that way? What? To die. Yep. That's another good one that I heard. The Emperor's only alive because the orcs know that he's too badass to die. I mean, he defeated the beast. Yeah, because he went back. He went through the warp, came back before he ended up leaving, and killed himself so he could get 2 of his favorite gun. I believe it was Bloodfang. Yep. Yep. That's the other great thing about orcs. If they don't understand something, it's because of their belief that just because they don't understand something doesn't mean it's any good. Oh, Odegaron. Nope. Attack the Gyros. No. Oh, that's perfect. That's peak orc. One of the stories that I've read, includes like an excerpt from an Eldar like diary or thing that says orcs are one of the most perfect fuck. Stupid Ordogaran. But what I was trying to say, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, the Eldar basically wrote that the orcs are actually the perfect society, because for them the struggle for meaning of life has already been won. Like for anybody else in the world, trying to decide your purpose is a struggle. But for orcs, whatever they're doing at the current point in time is the purpose of their life. If an orc is walking around and they suddenly find that others are following them and doing what they said, well, suddenly they're a war boss. Like an orc could suddenly go on a conquering quest without even meaning to, just because. Yep. And obviously, if you can't kill something, you're not using enough DACA. Have you seen the comic that shows 2 orcs in the back of a truck, and they're talking, and it's like, hey, have you ever noticed that this truck shouldn't be moving? What? Well, all we used is like some tape, some random pieces of metal, and all. And they both talk back and forth, and suddenly the truck breaks down. It's like, and thus they were defeated by the, like, it's like No, it's like someone said, and then the caption over the comic was like, and thus it was proven that teaching orcs basic science could defeat them. Yep. Yep, it's powered by pure WOG energy. But at the very least, like, what makes them defeatable, or at least temporarily defeatable, is that the less orcs there are, the less WOG energy there is to power their stuff. Yeah, so like that's why like certain tribes of orcs on like certain planets, as long as they're not allowed to be like group up too much, they're basically harmless. They'll never get off the planet or create anything like an orc mech, like an orcanaut or a gorkanaut. How? Have you heard of the Demon Slayer? The orc that was known as the Demon Slayer. I forgot his actual, like, it was something the Demon Slayer. And the story behind him is that one day when the orcs were going through the warp, his ship was invaded by demons. And you know how with orcs, the reason why they don't have Geller fields or anything like that is because going through the warp, that it's in-flight entertainment, basically. So he ended up killing the demons and realizing that the demons were some of the best fights that he's ever had. So what he ended up doing was he ended up recruiting as many weird boys as possible, because they're a source of warp energy, of psychic energy, that makes them like a beacon in the warp for any demons. And he ended up, becoming like going through on multiple campaigns through the warp to do that. But eventually the demons caught on, so they stopped attacking his ship. So he thought, where can I get some good demons to crump? Well, guess where he went? Guess where he and his men went? The Eye of Terror. And you have no idea how fucking terrified the Cadians were, because they're equipped to defend things coming out of the Eye of Terror, not going in. Yeah, it's basically outside of their pay, and they ended up I believe it was like Magnum Uruk Thraka or something like that. But he ended up getting in, and he found a planet in there that the ground itself seemed to be made of flesh. So him and his guys started stabbing the shit out of it. Well, turns out this was a giant planet-sized demon. So the demon let out demon-like antibodies that were like smaller demons to try to, stop these creatures from fucking up its surface. And ended up, eventually a demon prince came along and ended up fighting the demon killer. And obviously the demon prince won, but not before the demon killer used his crush claw, like his mech claw, to crush the demon prince's balls. Sorry. I got accidentally unplugged my microphone. But yeah, he crushed the Demon Prince's balls and actually ended up getting the favor of Korn. So what Korn did was he made it so that every day, at the exact time of day, at that exact time of day that he died, Demon Killer and all of his soldiers would rise from the dead and fight the denizens of that planet again. Now, here's the thing: orcs have spores, so every single day that they came back to life, and every single time that they died, they would spread more spores. And eventually, the Demon Killer earned a place at the Black Iron Palace. Or Black Iron Citadel, I believe it's called. Just constantly killing. So that's one of the few situations in which someone in the Warhammer universe got a happy ending. Okay, I'm a boop ya, Gyros. Well, come on. Booping. Allow me to boop. I hate this fucking effluvium. That wasn't very cash money. Life giveth. Neat. Life taketh away. That wasn't very cash money. Now it's time to boop. I'm gonna boop him in the dick. And it's actually doing more damage. Grab his dick and twist it. That audio file. Have you seen the video that that's attached to? Yeah, it's the guy that's actually like it's either a wrestling match or a MMA. It's just grab his dick and twist it. Oh my god. The internet be a fucked up place. Okay. I need to heal. Not only does this effluvium damage my actual health, but it keeps reducing the maximum health that I have. Like, it doesn't just reduce the amount of health I have left. Well, unless you have a, like, for this specific mission, unless you have a specific, piece of medicine that will raise your health, your max health again, the max health remains down. Yep, the only thing I know of that can, raise max health is, an ancient potion. And I haven't gotten the correct, ingredients for that yet. I had one of them, and that was like a Kelby, in order to create it, I needed a Kelby horn and something else. But I know that there's a way to turn a mega potion into a ancient potion. I just don't know how. Yep. Let's see here. Yep, great Gyros fangs. I believe one of the things that I needed was one of their their stun sacks. I think my most recent upgrade on the ecology will be enough for me to see whether I need to carve it or capture it. Yeah. Like, the thing is, capturing gives you more stuff. Like, more stuff in general. But there are some pieces of the monster that you can only get if you kill it and carve it. It's good that that I have you and Knight in here. From what you were saying, I'm guessing that you're not in high school. Oh, you're in summer break. So you are still in high school, just on summer break in between. Ah. Yeah, years. Yeah. Down in Florida, we actually have extra days off, depending on the time of year, because of they're called hurricane makeup days. Yep, and if a hurricane didn't happen that year, the hurricane makeup days are just days off. You saying dope reminded me of one of the things I saw. It was a jacket that just has the word dope over and over and over again. And after, like, if you look at it, if you look at it and your mind is just wrong enough, it'll instead say pedo, 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 pedo. Yep. Okay, so things that I get from carves are hide, hood, scale, tail, and fang. Rewards are hide, scale, hood, fang, monster bone, and paralysis sac. So I don't need to carve for the paralysis sac. That's good. But the question is, so it looks like the tail is the only thing that I can get from the I can get from the carve that I don't get from rewards. So that's good. I don't think I need the tail for just anything else really right now. What do you want? You got a quest for me. Slay 14 Hornitars. You gonna just kill them because they're horny? I see how it is. Yep. Yeah. Well, that's not entirely true. There is horny jail. There's a... There's actually a story on web novel called Reincarnated to Bonk in Another World. Basically, a guy... I hate how the guy writing it, like, lost inspiration and kind of ended it right when it was, like... He ended it before it could really get good. I gotcha. I'm gonna go fight the Hornitars. The Hornitards. No, they're actually a type of bug. I just need to kill them in order to be able to get more stuff. Because in this game, there's this like you have to most of the stuff that you have to like collect from the endemic life to craft things. But there's this tree that you get back here in Astera, where that allows you to just for after every mission, like each thing has like different cooldown times and yada yada. But after every mission, like either after every 1 or 2 missions, it will generate whatever you tell it to generate. And like right now I have mine making parashrooms, which are one of the things used to make tranquilizers. But if you upgrade it, you upgrade the tree and the things around the tree, you can like have more slots for things to be stored in. You could have up to 3 different things being produced on a daily basis. Right now I'm limited to just one thing at a time, and it doesn't change unless you change it. I'm gonna fertilize it though. I'm gonna make it so that it produces 4 parashrooms per day instead of just 2. Okay. Gotta go fight the Hornetars. And horny TARDIS night. Are we talking on your PlayStation again? Okay, because I'm hearing you. I'm hearing myself from your end. I think I might just be hearing myself from the stream. From your end, and I blame you for that because you suck. What? Your Wi-Fi. Oh, so how are we still talking? Oh, cellular data. Ah. Cellular data. I'm gonna go find the Hornetars. Yeah. Yep. Yep, that's one of the better things that you can do for that quest. Let me carve these Hornetars up. Tomorrow I'm going to the DMV to get a new personal ID. Yeah, the thing... Well, want to hear something funny? I hate Florida. It's where I was born and raised, but I hate it so much. And one of the reasons why lately, one of the new reasons for me to hate it is that let me see here. Have I read A Gamer in the South Blue? I read the beginning of A Gamer in the South Blue. I didn't end up. I like stopped when the main character was approached by the Revolutionary Army. But back to what I was saying. I went to go get my new ID at the DMV, and the thing is, I don't have an ID at all. Like, I don't have a driver's license or anything. I lost mine a few years ago in a hotel. It's just until now I didn't need one, but now I need one to file for unemployment. So I went into the DMV. I talked to them, and they're like, "Okay, so you have I have my social security number. I have my 2 proofs of residence here in Idaho. I have everything. The only thing I don't have is photo ID, and my previous work ID wouldn't work. So they're like, okay, did you previously have one? Yeah, I had a driver's license and learner's permit down in Florida. Florida no longer has any evidence that I had a driver's license or learner's permit in their system. Like, even... Yeah, no, I'm in their system. Like, I'm in the system of the Florida DMV system. I even called them, and they have me in there with my first name, last name, date of birth, everything. The problem is, for some reason, they somehow lost like every bit of information about my personal, I've actually had 3 driver's licenses, 2 learner's permits, and my actual driver's license. And even if they expired, they should have still been in the system. Even the DMV lady that I ended up talking to was like, "This is only the second time I've ever seen this happen. We don't know what's going on." My thought process is that Florida is trying to keep me from moving on. Not anybody in Florida, just the state of Florida itself. The concept of Florida doesn't like the fact that I moved away, and it's finally getting its revenge. I don't want to be a Florida man. It is your destiny. Florida man throws live alligator through the window of a Wendy's. Squirrel. Yep. That's one of my favorite ones. And I love how it doesn't actually like go into detail, but the explanation behind that is that it's a ceramic squirrel. Yeah, but just the idea of being like, when you don't have a knife, use a squirrel. Why'd you stab him with a squirrel? I was out of knives. Reminds me of the, I think it was the Expendables or something like that. It's like, why did you throw launch that, motorcycle, that motorcycle at him? Oh, I was out of bullets. It's like, and then later, why'd you launch that car at him? I was out of motorcycles.
Just the awesomest.
I can't refute his logic. He is speaking the language of gods. Who are you, who are so wise in the ways of science? Ah, Monty Python and the Holy Grail. The only Monty Python sketch I ever actually watched. Gonna need some nullberries for my next outing. Okay, perish. Gonna get some flash bugs. Flesh bugs. Fleshlights. My mind makes weird connections. Please, please ignore me. No, I don't. I don't do anything. I cry. Read it and weep. Okay. Starts reading. Breaks down. That's why your mom dead. Let me see here. Oh, I think I need catalyst. And in order to make catalyst, I need honey. Honey, I'm home. Reminds me of the your home things memes from when Infinity War was out. It's like, let me guess, you're home. Like when when Thanos is showing Doctor Strange the his like his home. It's like there's one edit where it's like Thanos is wearing a suit. It's like, honey, and then and Doctor Strange is wearing like a dress. It's like, let me guess, you're home. It was really weird. Oh, it was. But one of the funnier things that I also saw online once was a question. It's like, okay, so Doctor Strange looked into the futures and saw like over a million different futures where they lost. What do you think was the weirdest future that he saw? And one of them, a person said, Thanos takes up Star-Lord's challenge to a dance competition. Turns out Thanos can break it down and wins. Just imagine that he actually says, Thanos actually says, yeah, okay. Someone says break it down, you start crying on the ground. No, I said break it down, not have a breakdown. Okay, now I'm gonna go capture a Great Gyros because I want to complete Blackbone Stone's armor set for being a Bloodborne boss.
How's your gear holding up?
He is a hunter. I'm actually going to upgrade his. I want to see what the cat version of the Gyros armor is. Let me see here. A hunter must hunt. It's just what hunters do. Wow, there is no great Gyros armor for him. For some reason, you made me think of this thing that I saw with that said, sci-fi rifle is anti-material. Me, but I'm made of materials. Anti-material rifle, but I'm made of materials. Exactly. Oh, I got another Patreon person. Chase. So now I'm up to $35 a month. Yeah, I'm planning on doing it like, I think I told you this. 3 chapters for $5 for 3 chapters in advance, and then once I start getting rolling, $10 for 4 chapters, $15 for 5 chapters, and then from there, you might be able to. I might have some further tiers that like allow you to like once a month have like a commission from me, like to write a story, because I know that there's plenty of people out there that have like OCs that are in their head, but they don't have like the drawing talent or the writing talent. So, oh my second playthrough. Oh, that is just unfortunate. Knight, you seen what Knight put in the chat room? Well, not the main chat room, but the Twitch chat. I was on my second playthrough before I learned about visceral attacks in Bloodborne. Now you see why I'm saying, ooh. That's harsh. I basically got through the game using visceral attacks. Especially because of the blood rapture. You know what blood rapture is, right? Blood Rapture rune. You can get for each rune. There's like 3 versions of it, but like a low, medium, and high effect one. There's 2 runes that I regularly used. They were Air and Blood Rapture. What Air does is it increases the number of blood echoes you get whenever you do a visceral attack. Like if you kill someone with a visceral attack, you get more blood echoes. Whatchamacallit? Blood Rapture does. It does the same thing as the assassin's talisman in the Elden Ring game, in that it makes it so anytime you gonna brainwash a Palico right here. Okay, it makes it so anytime you do a visceral attack in Bloodborne, you heal yourself. So you can see how useful that is. The problem is that you can only get the highest level of the Blood Rapture by fighting the Bloody Crow of Canehurst. And there's the rub, as they say. And unfortunately, that guy is annoying because he has the blue mist. Do you know what the blue mist is? It is a held item. No, a blue elixir. It's a numbing mist. Numbing mist. That's what it was. The numbing mist makes it so you cannot use any healing items. Or it makes it so your enemy can't. What? Pretty sure I have. Yes. Wow. Yeah, for it not to just be a like a hunter's walking cane, especially with like, oh my god, with what we're talking about, Bloodborne. Ah. Yep, beasts all over the shop. You'll be one soon as well. The story of Father Gascoigne is just too sad. Especially if you try to help his daughter. You've seen that situation where you find her ribbon and having gotten eaten by the pig. Yep. Yep, and the thing is, if she dies, if she dies by you telling her to go like to Odin Chapel, what you can do is if you go back to the window, you find her older sister there, and if you tell her that her sister is dead later, and come back even later, you know the ladder that helps you get up to that area where she is? Yeah, you find the corpse of a child at the bottom of it. The little sister, like, kills herself. Or the big sister kills herself. And it's... There are no happy endings in Bloodborne, or any From Software game, as long as you actually are trying to help people. The question is whether or not they're going to die. They're going to have a worse death if you help them or not. It's like they're going to die horribly either way. Oh. Oh, I failed the quest.
Whoops. You failed the quest. That's okay. Get yourself prepped and try again.
The Tale of what? Can you hear me? The Tale of what? Oh, yeah. There's no way that they end well. Either they'll either die to Horus, die near the graves for the children that of the orphanage, the children that they buried in the past, or they'll become bound to you as you become the Dark Lord and you marry your souls together. There's only one situation in which I believe it is a she. There's only one situation in which Anne. Yeah, there's only one situation in which Anri survives, and that is the marrying of your souls. And in that situation, you end up thrusting a sword through their face. Yeah, and I never really understood that. In my personal experience, Henry always has the same voice. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. This is the second time that we've been talking and you've randomly encountered a Deathclaw. Maybe I'm just bad luck for you. Well, good thing that we're not playing to get on the same game then. Ooh ee ooh ah ah ting tang walla bing bang. Ooh ee ooh ah ah ting tang walla bing bang. Okay, this time I'm actually going to capture the Great Gyros. I accidentally killed it. Sometimes it's hard to tell in this game whether or not something is on its last legs, especially when the only indication is if it's limping while it's trying to escape, or if it's or if its icon in the mini map is showing. What time zone are you in? I'm in Mountain Time. From Software is its own genre. Yeah, From Software is its own genre. There are Souls-like games, but there's a reason why they're called Souls-like and not just their own genre. From Software pioneered the game type that makes you want to kill yourself. There's always an enemy in any of the games that is like infinitely harder to beat than any of the others. Perfect example being Melania, Blade of Mikola. I am Melania, Blade of Mikola. Have you ever played Elden Ring? Mm-hmm. Wow. There is a video. Remember I talked about that guy on YouTube that that does video like a lot of videos of the various demigods talking to each other, yada yada. One of the videos was like Morgott, or Margit. No, wait, his name is Morgott. Sorry, I keep mixing him up with his persona that stays outside of the Stormveil capsule. But Morgott's goes in front of the other demigods and he's talking about how like in the first year the calculations came out for how many people were killed by each like how many deaths of players were caused by each character, by each enemy, and out of all of them, the second highest was the Tree Sentinel. It's like, and one of them was one of the demigods was like, "Are you telling me that the one tree sentinel?" It was Radagon. That was just like, "Are you telling me that the one tree sentinel that is nowhere near the fucking Erd tree killed more tarnished than me?" Wait a second. I think I just fucked up. Well, I have a completely full inventory right now, and I may have just, like, I picked up something, and it gives you the option to, like, get rid of something that's in your inventory. I may have just chosen all of my mega potions. Just going full Zuko from Avatar. That's rough, buddy. The best reaction to something I've ever to like a thing that I've ever seen in a show. My girlfriend turned into the moon. That's rough, buddy. Because that's the only thing that you could really say to that. I'm gonna do some cooking. You seem like the kind of person who would. Bitch. Some people do get turned on by that kind of stuff, so... Yeah. One of the funniest things was back in high school, because of how well I understand the human mind, I was like my friend's go-to when it came to relationship advice. even though I'd never been in a relationship myself. They'd be like, okay, how do I get together with this girl? And I would do like a basic, you know, examination of their personality, that kind of stuff. And one of the things that ended up happening at one point, there's this one girl that that two of my friends were both in on-off relationships with, and it wasn't like them her cheating on them. Like, she would break up with one, go to the other. She actually had like 3 different boyfriends that she kept switching between, and one of them was wanting my help getting her back for the last time. And the reason I say it's for the last time was because I refused to help him any further in the future. And I basically told him, I'll help you with this, but she's just gonna break up. You're just gonna break up with her after a few months. Like, he's like, no, this time we're gonna be sticking with it, like, all this kind of stuff. And I was just like, I'll make you a deal. I will help you with this. If you do break up with her, I get to punch you as hard as I want to, wherever I want to, and whenever I want to, 10 times. And one of the things that people have learned early on is not to make a bet with me, because I never make a bet unless I have at the very least a 50-50 chance of winning, and that's the low ball. So if I make a bet, you know that I'm at least certain that luck might actually be involved, you know? Yep, and especially when the way that my luck often works is that if it's depending on how in my favor it is whether or not things will actually work out for me. But sure enough, 2 months later, he comes up to me and talks about how he and Stephanie broke up again. And the first thing I did was deck him. And this was back in my junior year of high school. And throughout that entire year, he was a senior at this point, so I used any opportunity for the rest of that year. At the most inopportune times, I would walk up to him. He could be talking to his new girlfriend. Like, I actually had it one time where he was talking to a new girlfriend of his, and I just wanted to make him remember me. Remember exactly our deal. So I walked up to him while he was, like, in the middle of kissing her. And I was like, dude, number 7. And he's just looked at me like, now? I was like, yes, now. You wasted my time and my advice. I do not take kindly to that. So I ended up punching him in the gut right in front of his girlfriend. And he had to take it. I'm a vindictive bastard. My main thing is, I'm willing to help my friends out. I don't like it when people waste my time. Do you know what an asshole is? Not asshole, but asshole. An asshole is somebody who asks for your advice and then doesn't even follow it. And one of the things that my friends learned early on is that if I give advice and they don't follow it, it's more often than not I will be right. Have you ever heard of the Curse of Cassandra? Murphy's Law. Yeah. Yeah, well, the thing is, the Curse of Cassandra, it dates back to Greek times. There was an oracle named Cassandra who, basically, she did something to piss off Apollo and ended up, she was already his oracle. He couldn't take that back, but she made it so every single any time that she would do a prophecy, nobody would believe her. Like, she could tell you that, she could tell, like, the king that he was, going to be killed or assassinated, and he would just ignore her and even, like, imprison her for it. But then, even when he died, she would still be ridiculed for not saying anything sooner. Basically, yeah, that's the Greek gods were assholes. But the Curse of Cassandra in modern day is when no matter what advice a person gives, like anytime they are right, nobody will listen to them. But if they are wrong, everybody will listen to them. And I suffered from that for a while. Yep. Let me see here. I got 1 poison sack. I believe I need 2 poison sacks to finish the chest piece. I want to look like a Bloodborne protagonist. Yeah, Knight said earlier that I'm seeing his last chat where he said he started playing Elden Ring but didn't make it far. I have beaten Elden Ring. I think I've only beaten it once. And I did the Ranni ending. I mean, it's not my fault that she's sexy. Yeah. One of my I think I said this before. One of my favorite videos from that same guy who was talking about the who does the demigods talking to each other and all that jazz was Ranni and Melina arguing with each other, and one of the things Melina says to her, "You know that you're a blue doll with you're a blue-skinned doll with 2 faces, 1 eye, and 4 arms. There are omens born more fortunate than you. Most of them, in fact." Exactly. It's like it's not wrong. She does have 2 faces. It's just one of them is the ghostly face of her actual body. Let me see here whether or not I've got enough pieces to finish my armor set to be the edgelord. I will be the edgelord. You can't stop me. On the topic of food that came up a while ago, the last edible food I made was chocolate spoons. I've never had a chocolate spoon. But yeah, on the topic of food, actually, the Kevin in Monster Girl Quest Evolution, Kevin's obsession with Hershey's chocolate is actually a mirror of my own. My favorite food is Hershey's chocolate. Let me see here. The spoons were for mixing hot chocolate. Oh. So specifically design, like it was in the shape of a spoon so you could mix hot chocolate and like it would dissolve into the hot chocolate. does sound like a good idea. Forge equipment. Armor. Armor. Pirate armor. Yep, I need to do 1 or 2 more quests. Okay. I believe I can now, since I caught one, I can now fight one in the arena. Nope. Oh, wait. Let me see here. I'm trying to see if there's a great Gyros that I can fight in the arena. Looks like I can't. Gyarados? Yes, I'm gonna see if I could fight a Gyarados in Monster Hunter World. It technically would. It would be a... It is a water dragon, so... It's also pretty badass. Oh. Knight posted a picture on the Discord server of the spoons, which I find it funny that first he posted the link to the what do you call it, the pancreas PowerPoint, and next he put pictures of spoons, not both of them without context. They are chocolate spoons as well. All the better to scoop out your insides with. All the better to fuck your mother. Get on your knees, and I replied with, I'm not your mother last night. And they took offense to that. And I killed all but one of them. What happened to the last one? Pussed out like a bitch. You're gonna do who? Okay. Yeah, if you were gonna say that you were doing dog meat, I was going to kill you. I'm not gonna lie, I will kill you for defiling doll meat? Dog meat. Doll. Yes, don't hurt doll meat. Let's see here. Oh, I found another way to make the ancient potion. Still needs Kelby horn, but... Yep. I don't know what you're talking about, but Kelby is a it's kind of like a deer type creature, and they're green, like naturally green. Oh, if I use immunizer and a adamant seed, I can make them as well. Let me see here. What is needed for immunizer? Immunizer needs catalyst, and catalyst needs bitterbug and honey. So I need a lot of honey now. Honey, sugar. Sugar, honey, iced tea. And if you think about it, the premise for that show, for Professor Utonium, is really fucked. He was trying to create little girls for some reason. Fuck. Yep. I've seen that as well. Seen that joke as well. It's like, I mean, they're not wrong. wow. Ah, that would explain it. Wait, what am I here for? Okay, I'm hunting down the Great Gyros, but I don't think this is the investigation that I had previously. Well, at least... I love Dogmeat's name. Because there's literally no other game with a character named Dogmeat, either as a dog or an actual or a person just calling themselves Dogmeat. It's like such a unique name. Chum bucket? Yeah. No. There's a character in the Mad Max series called Chum Bucket. Okay. Fuck you, Baltimore. Have you ever seen that? The House of Child, not child, of challenge pissing. That's right, challenge pissing. Bring your car, bring your fucker. That's right, we'll fuck your wife. Come on, you fucker. You're trying to get Dogmeat to get the thing out of the cryolator? No, I think you need to like tell him to like find something nearby. Like, you know how one of the things you can tell them to do is just search nearby for something? Yeah, just tell him to fetch. You don't need to like indicate something, just like have him look around nearby for something, and he should be able to get it out of get the cryolator out of the case. That's what I've always done. Yeah, that one got a good laugh out of me, though. I never found it again. I mean, if you want, Knight, I could post a link to the Fuck You Baltimore thing in the Discord. If you're dumb enough to... we think that you're dumb enough to do that. You can shove it up your ass. That's right, shove it up your ass. Yep. See? Now, aren't you glad that you talked to me? Yes, the other day. Like, I believe that the way that I told you it was because you're like, you know what's great about dog meat? And I was like, because he can get you the cryolator before you even leave, once you get to the first like red rocket station, I believe it's what it's called or something like that. Yep, once you get there, you can just immediately get him to... you can immediately go back to there. Vault 111 and get the cryolator. That it's Vault 111? Or... yeah. My problem is that I think up to three sentences ahead of what I'm saying. Then the reason that I stutter is because, here's the thing. When I'm thinking 3 sentences ahead, when I'm actually speaking, it's like I'm reading my thoughts out loud. The problem with that is I'm very bad at reading things out loud. So unless I've said something like more times than I can count, to the point where it's second nature to describe it, just like this description I'm giving you right now. Oh, fuck you! I knocked over this bitch, and then I get swarmed by everyone, so I can't use my normal bot method. You have friends? Wow. Well, one of the things about being autistic is our brain, just generally, our brains work like computers, but they're not. But the fact that autism is a spectrum, with everybody experiencing it in a different way. Like, there's varying levels of autism, and even someone who has the exact same type of autism might experience it in a specifically different way. Fuck you! Trying to carve these gyros, and this fucking flying thing just keeps coming down to hit me. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly actually, I might just what the fuck just found me? Okay, I'm not gonna be able to post the Fuck You Baltimore link in the Discord channel until I finish doing this. Let me see here. Where's my... There it is. I think it's a rifle. Looking for Baltimore. We've searched far and wide and couldn't... Let me just see here. Challenge... Pissing. There it is. I've only ever played well, I've only ever finished one game of Monopoly, and it took multiple days. Let's see here. Copy message link. And now... Alright, Knight, it's been pasted in the main chat. Or the link to the where I previously posted it. At least. Ah! I got 2. For that I got 2, actually 4 sacks. Like paralytic sacks. I got Great Gyros. Head, hide, tail, fang. I got everything that I need. I can finish my Bloodborne cosplay in Monster Hunter. It's not a phase, Mom. A few hours today beating my father at Fishinopoly. Okay. I've seen so many interesting versions of Monopoly in my time. One of the ones that I had growing up was Dogopoly. Just like various breeds of dogs. Millennial Monopoly, where you don't need money and everything is somehow your fault. There actually is a version of Millennial Monopoly. And it's hilarious. One of my favorite things to do is just check out like various versions of board games and that kind of stuff with various themes. One of the funniest ones that I have in my room right now is a Super Mario themed chess set. Now, want to hear what makes it even it makes it fucking hilarious? So it has two sides, it's Bowser's side and Mario's side. Mario is obviously the king. Guess who the queen is? Luigi. And Princess Peach and Princess Daisy are Princesses Peach and Daisy are the bishops. It's perfect. I'm getting myself a soda real quick. Soda is basically like my alcohol. I'm not allowed to I can't drink alcohol, unfortunately. I'm old enough, but the problem is, I once promised a friend of mine that they would be the first person to get me drunk. And the thing is, I'm a bit of a liar in the outside world, and I'm also an extremely like a huge asshole. But I don't have enough. Is that just regular gyro scales? Yeah, I need one more regular gyro scale to finish the mask. But I ended up that friend ended up dying. And the thing is, even though I am an asshole, I always say that a person is only as good as their word. And I have always kept to every promise I've ever made. So technically, because that friend died, I am never allowed to get drunk. Because they're not there to get me drunk. It's a good way to keep myself in check. Just a bit morbid. It's Morbin time! You fool! You've fallen right into my trap.
What?
That was perfectly timed! Did you hear that? I don't know if you were delayed, but like... But, okay. Sorry, my headset unplugged. But, after I said, "You fool, you've fallen right into my trap," I ended up talking to these people that give missions, and there's usually just like a randomly generated voice line to indicate that you're talking to them, and the one that I talked to was like, "What?" So it's like, "You fool! You've fallen right into my trap." What? It was perfectly timed. Okay, I need to kill some normal gyros and get their pelts, but I don't have a quest for those yet. So I'm gonna go out on my own. Remember in the Book of Mormon when they said, "It's Mormon time," and then they mormed all over everyone? Oh, I am an engine for suffering. The only reason why the Morbius movie got so many views was because everybody was they thought it was more popular than it actually is. Yeah, the VTuber. It's Morbin time. No, it's Morbin time. Every time I think of the "it's Morbin time" meme, I also remember that what I just said was like it was a post on Tumblr. It's like, remember in the Bible in the Book of Mormon when they said it's Mormon time and then they mormed all over everybody? And then someone just like replied to that. It's like, that didn't happen. One of the things that I always find hilarious is the overzealous Christians or Jewish or whatever religion people have. If they're overzealous in like, "Oh, this never happened in this," blah 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 blah. It's like they don't seem to know how to take a joke. One of my favorite jokes involving the Jehovah's Witness is like, "Did you know that Jehovah's Witnesses do not celebrate Halloween?" Apparently, they're not entirely okay with random people coming up to their door and asking to talk to them. Do a flip. Are you dead yet? What the fuck was that sound? What in tarnation? Galean? Nope. I do sometimes, like, I have, especially when it comes to my friends' names, what I'll do is I'll, just take away most of my ability to speak and make new words out of their name and then give them a nickname that way. I used to have a coworker whose last name was Pachico. And I just kept saying various things like, and I ended up giving her the nickname Pikachu. Ha papa de gata. Ah, the ancient dog of wisdom. If you're an organ donor, you drop loot when you die. That is true. For me, I don't want to be. I don't want to be an organ donor. I don't think anybody else should have my organs. Not because of me, because I'm English. Do I speak it? Apparently not. Not because I'm, you know, stingy or anything like that. But mainly because I have, like, I've always been uncomfortable with the idea of my organs being inside anybody's body, especially with how chaotic my DNA is. Like, with all of the, various, physical disorders that I have when it comes to my, hormone production and things like that. I have an amazing immune system, but hormone production is just ridiculous. One of the reasons why I needed to gain biofeedback is because even though I have complete control over my body, that is mainly to stop random things from happening. I can't stop, I can't just indefinitely suspend specific functions, but it's like, for example, my bipolar disorder, I will sometimes shift from one emotion to another, and I have to make the conscious effort to shift back because I know that it's stupid to be... It, like, makes no sense for me to be angry at this point, or sad, or happy, or whatever. I can finally head back. I got the gyro scale. I will finish my cosplay. What are you playing now? Kirk Hammer? Oh, you're playing Bloodborne. Okay, at first I thought you were talking about, like, you're playing a Warhammer game or something like that. I am a bloodborne pathogen. Do you know what life is? Life... No. Life is a sexually transmitted terminal disease. Exactly. It is passed through sex, yep. And it is terminal because it's with you until you die. Yep. For some reason, I was my mind makes a lot of connections in a short period of time. And what ended up just passing through my mind a few times is, first thing was a joke that I used to have, where I'd say, life is a game, and I quit, and I'd pretend to break my neck and drop to the ground. But then that reminded me of a thing that actually happened. You ever have a recurring dream? I haven't either, but the thing is, I've had a recurring dream ending. Like, a specific way that a lot of dreams would end, and it was just so... it was ridiculous, and I'm lucky that I'm not dead. Mainly because, you know how, like, if you die in a dream, it's possible for... If your brain doesn't and body don't react properly... you might actually die for real because your body thinks that you're actually dead. The recurring ending to my dreams was if I encountered a situation that I did not like, and it could be anything from a like being chased down by a monster to not being able to find a soda in the fridge. Like, it'd be any kind of inconvenience. My first response would be, okay, I'm done with this, and I'd break my own neck. Basically killing myself. And ending the dream. And it's like, I know for a fact that I didn't, like, in any of these situations, I wasn't aware of the fact that I was asleep. Like, I've never done lucid dreaming. I've never... I can't feel fear in my dreams. Give me a second, I gotta go out into the living room and do something. But yeah, it's just a recurring ending to the dream is just me reaching up and snapping my own neck so that whatever inconvenience is happening to me ends. And I actually had that one that happened earlier today. Like I ended up being asleep for a while. And in the dream, like I was in my room, just like I am right now, and something happened. I vaguely remember it being like someone told me to come out of my room, and I was like, nope. Reached up, turned my head to the side, and snapped my own neck to wake myself up. Yeah, like I said, the funniest thing is, at no point did I know that I was asleep. It's as if while I'm asleep, I have an instinct that if I don't like what's going on, I can just kill myself. And nothing bad will happen because of it. From the, ReZero. Yeah. Yep. Saboobaboo. Reef vroom vroom. If you know. Have you seen that? That Spubby? Let me pull it up on my phone. I might share it in the main chat. Like in the... Let me see here. Spubby is a private community. Have set this server... What? What the fuck? Spubby just... It looks like today Spubby set the Spubby Reddit's moderators set it to... Okay. I'm gonna look at it on Google. Subaru Spubby. Oh, the reason why Spubby exists is because one of the first Spubbies was just like one of the first examples of a Spubby is just like this sign that says Spubby, Eef Freef. I'll post both pictures. First Spubby and then Subaboo. Bubgerkurg, I like the it. No, it's Bubgerkurg, have it in a way. McNaldo's, I like the it. There you go. I posted both of them. You might need to open one of them up. Spubby Efreef and Spaboobaboob. Car goes vroom. No, car no do that. Car no fly. Mustang. Fuck you. Or, as a wise man once said, fuck you, chicken strips. What the fuck? No. I bet I could find it if I looked it up on YouTube. You know what? I might actually just stop this for now and then start up another stream for Bloodborne. Because being dressed like this makes me want to play Bloodborne too. You know what my favorite two weapons to use are in Bloodborne? The threaded cane and the beast cutter. Do you use the beast cutter? Ah. Have you been summoning Henriette? Or Harriet? Yeah, but like not Henrik. It's like like Harriet or Henrietta or something like that. Up. Yeah. Odinton Chapel. Yeah. It's best to summon someone. Also, use flame. Like, make sure you have bolt paper. Not bolt paper, fire paper. Let me just see this. Just found out about Spuppy. Nope. These here because Knight didn't know. What? The he is on roll. You're gonna get it's like I have other songs that I could get stuck in your head. I mean good songs, you motherfucker. Have you ever heard the song You're Fucked? Runneth dry. Yep, go fuck shopping, but there's no fucks left to buy. Yep, but there's a different one called You're Fucked. It's about a guy that got these guys are talking to another guy who crashed his car while drunk driving, and he's wondering like what he should do, and it's like, my friend, no, it's sorry, my brain just stopped working for a second there. On a scale of 1 to 10, my friend, you're fucked. In lack of other words, I'd say you're fucked. You are, as they say in Japanese, fucked from the head down to the knees. I am so sorry to inform you, you are fundamentally fucked. It's just the entire song is about how these guys telling him how fucked up he is, and like there's one part where it's like, I don't think you understand by far how completely super fucked you are. You are Hitler in the bunker fucked. Shia LaBeouf live, actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf. Shia surprise. Have you heard Harder, Better, Faster, Whopper? Whopper, 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 Junior, Double, Triple Whopper. Yep, Flame Girl tastes with perfect toppers. I rule, I rule, I rule this day. to Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger. I listen to that on loop sometimes. Let's see. Yeah, that's one of the things that I have to do. I don't just have an attention span, I have multiple attention spans, and if one of my thought processes is not distracted, the other cannot focus. So I'll often like have music playing in the background while I'm doing something like this, and like playing video games or something like that. But in order for the distraction to work, I have to have completely memorized the song. Like everything from the words to the background whatchamacallit. It doesn't even have to be. I have some songs that are just like music, like just instrumentals and that kind of stuff, and I have to memorize every beat drop, every instrument, all the background instruments, because once I've memorized everything, it can just fade into the background of my mind, and I can have one of my attention spans, like one of my thought processes, following it while the other is not bothered by it. No. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wow. Have you ever one artist that I like on YouTube is called Stupendium, and one of the I have a few of his songs saved on my phone. The most recent one that I've saved is called Wool Over Our Eyes, and it's about the game Cult of the Lamb. Deep in the dark of the woods where secrets sleep, we serve he who waits beneath, till the soul devotion reap. For the lamb who herds the sheep, in the dark of the woods we pledge our lives. Sages say that faith is blind, arms raised high in sacrifice, pull down wool over our eyes. It's a really fucked up song. I know. The best songs are the ones that have like a childish, music to them, but are also about like murder and all this other stuff. The only downside to being on this ship right now is that I can't eat. Both game and the song. Yeah, I played a bit of Cult of the Lamb, never got really far. I know that there are two endings. You could be the lamb who slays, or the lamb who herds, or something like that. No, it's like one of them is the lamb who slays, and one is the lamb who herds, like herds the sheep or herds their flock. You either are like, it's the good ending or the bad ending, depending on all of the doctrines you've made for your cult. Okay.
We need to clear the way so we can fly down to the base of the Rotten Vale. The air...
Yep. Let's have this game about sacrifice and murder and everything. Just have an adorable little lamb as its protagonist. Yep. It's also dependent on whether or not you spare death. Yeah, that's like at the end of the game, right? Night? Yeah, you can choose whether or not to spare the guy who originally gave you powers. Yep. It is a fun game. It's a roguelike. I personally never don't enjoy roguelikes. That's one of the reasons why I stopped playing it, especially because
That's the monster we ran into earlier. Must be the big boss around this target.
I especially don't like it because like the time that you spend in the like back in the dungeons actually does pass inside your camp. Like you're not like any time that you spend there does pass inside the camp, and it causes and also like days are measured in years, so your followers can actually die of old age. That's why I actually do the doctrine that the doctrine for the good die young, which makes it so that they actually prefer if anybody in the cult doesn't die of old age, you can like actually sacrifice, and it's a good, and they enjoy it more. I also love the inclusion for Twitch that they had.
You've been hit with ice blight. It's gonna make you eat right through your stamina if you don't do something about it.
Ah, you're a man of culture, I see. You actually watch the VTubers. Not all of them, but some. Same here. Nope. Don't. Just a moth? I gotcha. Talking about the Eldritch makes me think, before we continue, talking about the Eldritch makes me think of one of the things I saw on Tumblr once that is talking about the fact that the sun is the closest thing we have to an Eldritch god. Nope. But do you want to know why? Why that's the case? Like the sun is the closest we have to an Eldritch god? Well, for one, staring at it can cause you to go blind. Then there's the fact that it is surrounded by the corpses of its stillborn children, which is what you could say that the planets are. And there's the fact that it is constantly screaming. Like if we actually had like could hear the sun from here, it'd be like a foghorn constantly, and be breaking people's ears. And another thing that you made me think of is when you said the difference between two things, Eldritch and something else. Yeah. Makes me think of like how there's two conflicting forms of horror. One is where everything is nothing is described. Like Lovecraftian horror is where nothing is described in detail due to the problems that it would cause to describe it. Whereas, like, there's another form of horror where you could spend like 2 pages describing a single room. And one idea that someone had was a perfect mesh of them would be a story about a house where the over the top descriptions of the house itself are to make up for the inability to describe what lives inside of it. Yeah, it's like, we can describe what the house looks like, but we can't describe anything that lives in there, because holy shit. Eldritch horror is based on what you cannot possibly understand. The fact that there are some things that the human mind was not meant to understand. Let's see here. I'm gonna fuck you up, bitch. What did you unlock? Ah. You know the best strat for fighting the witch, right? When you go into the witch, immediately use a and you'll know it's the witch because it'll say the Witch of Hemwick Charnel Lane. When you go in there, immediately go use a bold hunter's mark, because here's the thing: the witch constantly summons these creatures that are that will, like, these screaming, you know, things with like long hair and that kind of stuff. And the thing is, if you have absolutely no insight, it cannot summon those things. So after you go in, use the bold hunter's mark to escape. Go back to the hunter's dream. Spend all of your insight at the bird bath, or the whatever, the shop that's near the up near the hunter's workshop building. Yep, and then from there you can go back. And the reason I'm saying to do this is because every single time you discover a boss, you gain 1 insight regardless. So it's only the second time that you go through that you can actually not have any insight. How there's always a trick that you can use. Sometimes they're more obvious and sometimes not. But that, and what else? Yeah. I love the trick weapons. Like, that is the best thing about Bloodborne, is the trick weapons. Because no weapon is just itself. Like, even the ones like the Tonitrus, the Boom Hammer, and the Holy Moonlight Greatsword. Because those are the 3 elemental weapons that you can get. That are just strictly elemental. The Tonitrus is basically a mace, but you can electrify it. Like, you can turn it into an electrified mace. boom hammer is a hammer that you can light on fire. Like it's always like no weapon is just itself. Even the ones that their only ability is to have an additional effect. Yes. I would also want a beast cutter. The thing is, a beast cutter, think of a threaded cane and make it like 10 times longer and like a large blade that you can rest on your shoulder. You're thinking kill a kill, but the closest thing that I can think to what you just said is the Blades of Mercy. And the Blades of Mercy are actually one of 2 weapons made out of what's known as siderite, which is a otherworldly metal, so to speak. The only other weapon that's made out of siderite is Gehrman's weapon, the Burial Blade. Alright, this piercing pod. I love the piercing pods in this game because they go right through the enemy. Yep. Depending on what monster you're fighting, they'll drop special types of pods that you can load into your slinger. And my favorites are the bomb pods and piercing pods. There's also anti-dragon pods, somehow. Anti-dragon? Elder dragons are anti-elder dragon. There's actually one elder dragon that is more anti-elder dragon than the rest. The Nergigante. It's actually one of the main antagonistic creatures of this game, and the Nergigante is elder dragon that specifically feasts on other elder dragons. So making a weapon out of its flesh and stuff like that gives you the perfect anti-elder dragon weapon. The more you know. I also love the ability given to you in this game to make flash pods that will actually knock a flying enemy out of the sky. It, like, blinds them and makes it so they can no longer fly. The problem is if your enemy, like, it's also like dependent on whether or not the enemy is actually facing you at the time. Yep. And the other problem is, in order to use your slinger, you have to put away your weapon. So, you can only use the slinger and any ammo you get for the slinger if your enemy hasn't already done that. Let me see here. I'm gonna eat some rations to bring up my stamina. Is Legiana going back to its nest? Probably. Is your summon standing in fire? Vicar Amelia. You actually fight her, I believe you fight her or find her again inside the Hunter's Nightmare after you've after she's dead. Do you have the, old Hunter's DLC? Okay, so, because you, unlock the Hunter's Nightmare after defeating Vicar Amelia. Want to hear something embarrassing? It was actually only because of fanfiction that I was able to continue playing Dark Souls. And the description, the reason behind that is, you know how, have you played the first Dark Souls game? Well, you know how when you get to the Firelink Shrine, you can either go, there's two paths. One where you're actually supposed to go up to the Undead Parish, and the other that you're not supposed to go down to the catacombs. You're not supposed to go down there unless you have like a holy sword to, or a holy weapon to keep the enemies dead. Or can like quickly find the necromancers that keep reviving them. Well, the problem is I didn't know that. I just kept stupidly trying to go down to the catacombs. And I kept failing, and I eventually quit the game. And then about 2 years later, I read a fanfiction where it described like going up to the Undead Parish and doing all that stuff and following the quest line of the game. I was like, oh, I'm a fucking idiot. How? Yeah. Yep. There are two ways to do so. The first is to have a transient curse. Like if you use a transient curse, you could do that. Or the second way is, you know how if you have the DLC and you defeat Artorias, no wait, it's either from defeating Artorias or from getting the Soul of Sif. I think it's from defeating Artorias. Either way, there's two versions of Artorias' greatsword that you could get. You can either get it from upgrading a broken straight sword or a regular straight sword. And if you do, I believe it's if you create Artorias' sword from a broken sword, it will be a quote cursed weapon. Though it doesn't say it's cursed, it will be a cursed weapon, and it will allow you to attack the ghosts. I think it is Sif's soul that you need to use, but not a lot of people know that. It's the quickest way to get through the New Londo. The New Londo Water Park opens today. Yeah.
How incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to wait until she actually starts healing before you don't want to jump the gun, or else you'll fuck yourself.
You bothering me again?
You know, I actually don't use the hunter pistol. I use the blunderbuss. It's less likely to miss. Yeah, you don't get the blunderbuss for damage. You do it to stagger. Yeah, the pistol is and like the various things like that are less accurate, or the things that are more accurate and require more skill do more damage. The things that are less accurate are well, the left-handed things that are less accurate are mainly for staggering. I'd say pretty effective. Also, do you have any blood cocktails? You can try using those to, yeah, pungent blood cocktail. Yep, pungent cocktail. Try using those to distract her. The point of a pungent cocktail is for you to throw it and for a beast to go to where it's letting off the scent. Twin blood shards? I believe it's usually second of beyond where you are right now, to be honest. Like, you don't really get twin bloodstone shards unless you do have the chalice, right? The chalices? Okay. Okay. Because you might be able to get certain things such as twin bloodstone shards earlier than you normally would if you go there. Because I believe the only place I know of that you can reliably get them from the enemies, from like the beast-like enemies, is the Forbidden Woods, and you can't get into the Forbidden Woods until you defeat Vicar Amelia and get the password from Lawrence's skull. And that's always a weird thing. The Hunter's Nightmare is also the only offline way to get vermin. Yep. Yep, vermin is a there, you know how there's like oh, you haven't gotten it yet. Once you kill the Witch of Hemwick Charnar Lane, there's you get what's known as the rune tool, which will allow you to transcribe up to 4 runes on your mind that you've collected. And the 4th rune is the Covenant rune, whatever covenants you're part of. And it one of them is the Imperial Legion covenant, and you progress through it by getting what's called vermin and crushing them. And you usually get vermin from online by invading other people, or like I think it's like helping people who are being attacked by invaders. Yep, I believe. But the thing is, like, in the Hunter's Nightmare is supposed to be where hunters go, where the souls of hunters go when they lose their, well, hunters of the workshop more specifically, but where the souls of hunters go when they fully succumb to their madness. And it's where they kill and kill and kill without end. Talk to the third.
Now is the time.
Yes, now is the time. The time has come, the walrus said. For headset came. Yes. I don't have a wireless headset. And I move around a lot, so sometimes I'll sit down and my headset will be like the wire for my headset will like be under my leg or something like that. By the way, we were talking about VTubers earlier. You know who my favorite VTuber as of lately is? Neurosama. Have you ever heard of her? It is an AI. Like, literally an AI. Not like Project Melody, who, her persona is an AI. The Neurosama was originally made as an artificial intelligence to play a specific rhythm game, and she actually became one of the top people in the world, like top bots in one of the top scorers in the world, because she had a learning algorithm. She was created by a guy named Vettel. And after reaching the top, he basically was like, where do we go from here? And he thought of creating a AI for VTubing. And one of his friends suggested, why not both? And he just changed the AI that he already had and made it a what do you call it? Gave it like an avatar and that kind of stuff. And the funniest thing is, Vettel... Okay, come on, handler. But Vettel, or Vedal as the AI calls him, he spends every single one of the streams that the AI has, like, watching over, making sure she's not saying anything controversial, because she's an AI. Sometimes she's actually already once been temporarily banned from Twitch because for chat tricking her into saying something controversial or racist. Yeah, he's basically constantly making sure that she's not doing anything, and it is a learning AI. It's slowly learning how to be more and more understandable and human and that kind of stuff. And one of the funnier things is recently she got a overhaul with like her original VTuber model was a default model from VTuber Studio, and another VTuber named Annie helped Vedal or Vettel create a new, like a custom Odogaron. Okay, helped him create a custom, thing for her. So they're jokingly saying that Vettel's her father because he made the AI, and Annie's her mother because she made the body. It's hilarious. And the thing is, Vettel actually ended up getting a oddly enough, Vettel ended up getting a VTuber model for himself as well, except he's just a turtle. Like a cartoon turtle. And there have been times where the malfunctions, like sometimes Neurosama will malfunction or do something like that. There was one time where for like 10 minutes straight, Neurosama just kept saying, "Tell Vedal that there's something wrong with my AI. Tell Vedal that there's something wrong with my AI," and kept repeating that over and over again. There's actually been a few times that she's done that, and that's not supposed to be something that is able to happen. Like, that is not like a programmed response. Like, that's one that she just made on her own. Yeah. One of the recent things that Vettel did was teaching, coding Neurosama to be able to play Among Us. Fortunately, fortunately, on that top thing that you just said, there's no possibility. I don't think there's a possibility for them to for either Vettel or Annie or anybody to really get an emotional connection to Neurosama, because sometimes she can be a fucking bitch. like what in the developer streams that where he's like editing her code and doing stuff like that. Sometimes she'll just like start insulting him just randomly. That's what they kept. That's actually one of the things that they're saying. And it's like sometimes like she'll just when asked a question or something like that, she'll just say the word filtered because it's like whatever she's about to say is like not appropriate, or it's like got like Vettel specifically made a set of criteria so that if she's about to say something that is not exactly good to say, it'll like stop her and she'll just say the word filtered and he can decide whether or not to unfilter it. One time one of the things that was filtered out that he allowed her to say anyway was like, "I'm sorry chat, but I'm just sort of losing my shit right now." I hate the Otogaron. So annoying to fight. When was that? Oh, that's perfect. Oh, that's perfect. You made me think of, speaking of our right, you saying that, and also the how earlier we were talking about Warhammer. It made me think of rehash on the old saying. The old saying goes, a bullet may have your name on it, but a grenade is addressed to whom it may concern. And then it showed like like ordnance, like an ordnance thing, or like a tank or something like that. It's like not a tank, but bombardment, basically aerial bombardment. And it's like attention grid coordinates. And then after that, it actually shows a picture of an exterminatus from Warhammer. It's like attention heretics. Like, dear grid coordinates, attention heretics. Yep. No. Ah. No. Yep. Oh, you go first. Yeah. Okay. You said, oh, you said I should start first? Well, you made me think of the Russian Badger, if you know him on YouTube. And how one of the things that he said, like, there's a pistol that he actually owns in real life, and it's an expensive one, and he said he jokingly said one of the reasons he owns it is because it has a buff against poor people. Yep. Yep. Wow. Uh-huh. Is this the thing where they flooded half of it to tilt it? Yep. That part I actually heard from the Russian Badger on a World of Warships episode. Yep. Ah, fucking. Yep. I fucking hate this area. Remember that thing that I was telling you about my health going down? Yeah. Like I'm fighting one of the game's harder monsters. Like it's not inside the Iceborne DLC yet, but it's like one of the monsters from close to the end of the game. One of the ones that has like one of the best forms of armor you can make out of it. It decided that it was going to go into the effluvium areas. Yeah, so that's what's annoying me. Oh, I forgot to... Anyway, continue what you were saying. That is insane. That couldn't be healthy. Wow. Oh, that's perfect. Well, that when it comes to like the United States, it's always like one of the things that you gotta think about. Let me see here. Do I have my do I don't have anything to capture this thing. Wait, I should be able to capture it. I have a net. No, it's like a pitfall trap. A pitfall trap needs a trap tool and a net, and I was wondering why it wasn't allowing me to build one. There you go. Captured. Anyway, but the
I'm waiting for you back at camp.
Russian Badger was talking about like just made a brief reference to the response that we had to Pearl Harbor. It's like we sank a few boats. They dropped the sun on us twice. Like that's Japan. It's like only a few boats were actually sunk, and that was while they were in port.
I thought she'd be with you.
And then, well, I guess these two cities no longer exist now because you fucked up.
No, you're not.
What?
You're okay. I was scared to death.
All right, easy, easy. I'm just glad that you're not hurt. Thank you. I was planning to hide until it moved on, but, well, you saved me the trouble.
That makes too much sense.
That's enough. Now, we had a deal, don't you remember? Did you learn all you could about the Veil? Now tell me everything. What did you feel out there?
Yeah.
I think the Veil is where the monsters come to die. It's their graveyard, and this whole land is a vast ecosystem revolving.
Here. Come on. You're right.
I just have random facts in general. Like, did you know that the word vagina actually is descended from the Latin word for sword holder?
Become nutrients to feed the coral highlands. From death rises
Ionic?
new life,
No.
which after a cycle returns to the Veil to die again.
Wow. I think I made a lot of people. I informed a lot of people of this in the second chapter of my story, or at the second or third. Satyromaniac.
But have you really considered
You know what that means?
Important question.
What's that?
Who's at the heart of it?
It is the male version of a nymphomaniac.
This large.
It's basically a guy who is obsessed with sex, or just a guy.
Elder Crossing. You know the answer.
They died here.
Reminds me of a thing that I saw. It's like a mother is talking to her daughter, and the daughter's like, "Mommy, I found a word that I don't know about." She's like, "What is it? What's a whore?" And she's like, "A whore is a woman who is addicted to sex." Oh, what do they call that men who are addicted to sex?
Was it trying to
Men.
deliver it somewhere?
I don't know. But I know who might. The first Wyverians have lived for much longer
It does.
than us. Seek them out.
Oh, I have had sex before,
It's raining life.
and she was batshit insane. Yeah, double D's. Nice ass. But once again, batshit insane.
If only I could live another 300 years. Maybe that would be just long enough to see the end of this changing of the guard.
Two bros sitting in a hot tub 5 feet apart because they're not gay.
See what death has to give and life has to bring.
Yep. I did. Have you ever been on a cruise ship? I was on two. I've been on 3 before. I came from upper middle class family, but one of the things that that ended up happening to me is that the cruise that I was on one time had a hot tub and pool on their deck. And what my sister and I did, which nowadays I discover that this could have put our bodies into shock, is we would get in the hot tub and sit in there until our bodies were adjusted to the heat so we couldn't feel it anymore. Then get up and go jump into the cold pool. Yeah, if you do that kind of shit incorrectly, you can go into shock. And my sister and I were doing it for fun. And that was back before my sister was... Well, my sister's a bit of a bitch. Like, to the point where her personality and my personality clash so much, I talk to her twice a year. And that is, she wishes me happy birthday on my birthday, and I wish her happy birthday on hers. And that is how much we communicate with each other. Last time we actually talked at length was about 5 or so years ago, and we got into an argument within the first 2 sentences. Yeah, we do not click well. Well, let me put it this way. My mom's side of the family is full of strong-willed women who don't need no man. And the thing is, my sister was raised like that. Her first boyfriend, she actually ended up breaking up with him because apparently he was a pussy. In her words. The thing is, only a weak-willed man would ever date her. So it's kind of like a conundrum. I half think that at this point she might just become a lesbian. because there is no way that there's any guy that would be able to, like, fit her standards, because has to be willing to put up with her. Like, she is not the kind of person who does not like to be dominant in a relationship. Like, she wants to be the dominant person in the relationship, but with how forceful she is with her personality, the only type of person that would actually fit her standards is a guy who is, pardon my French, a pussy. But she doesn't like that the fact that her first boyfriend was a pussy. It's kind of like circular.
You can do this.
The first Wyverians might be able to tell us where Zora Magdaros is.
Yep. Yep. It's one of the more annoying things. I'm about ready to pack it in. I just killed a fucking Odogaron. Let me see here. Search the ancient forest for a first Wyverian. For the first Wyverian clues. The first Wyverian.
I've got new stock in.
I've got new stock in. What are you selling? Whose dick are you sucking? What are you buying? What are you selling? Ah, I'll buy it at a high price. I said, do you wanna fight me? Do you wanna catch these hands? Bitch, I'll catch you in the street, some with that beef. Bitch, I'll beat your ass. No. For some reason, you're making me think of Rucka Rucka Ali.
Working hard? Good luck.
Fuck with old folks that... Yep. The one that the song that you made me think of was called Good Kid Smoke Crack. I make them good kids smoke crack. It's fucked.
Oh, it's you.
Someone's giving something to a bird? Okay. We're both degenerates. Yeah, true. Mega nutrients in a mandragora. What do they make? A max potion. Oh yeah, now I remember. I just need mandragoras. I actually went to, the thing is, I didn't walk over the bridge. I don't think I ever really walk over the bridge because I go through the pig area underneath. And there's a, there's the like, ladder that lets you avoid the whole thing. Yep. And 90% of the time, the brick troll there will hurt itself while lighting the thing on fire. Let me see here. I need Mandragora. Yep, it's basically like anybody with like for just about any other game, the thing that makes people stop and look around is the when you encounter a when you encounter a bunch of, you know, ammo or a bunch of healing items and that kind of stuff before a big room. It's like, this is obviously a boss room. For Dark Souls and From Software games, it's, oh, a bunch of enemies that seem to be easy pickings. What's gonna fuck me over this time? And it's even worse when there have been often situations where it's not even the case. Yep. Oh, fuck it, that shit. I've never played the Sekiro games, but even I know of the Headless Ape. Yep, I'm still here. Give me a second. Vicar Amelia. Bitchy Amelia. Bitcher Amelia. Yep. I'm actually gonna see about doing some quests for... I'm not ready to go to pack it in yet. I'm gonna quit and then go back in because I'm not currently online with Monster Hunter, so I'm not able to do the events and get the token. I might be able to get the pimp outfit. Well, it's depending on the time of year, but here's the thing. There's this thing that I just unlocked called the it's like a cauldron where you can like trade in certain items for other items, and I can currently trade in my tokens, or my appreciation tokens, or whatever they are, or my seasonal tokens that I have right now for tokens from another season, like the Winterfest, the Autumn Fest, that kind of stuff. I think that they are repeating. Like, there are some things that are repeating, such as the autumn one that gives like the spooky armor, or rather pumpkin armor. I'm Jack, the Pumpkin King. I think that Knight is still here. The system says that there's at least two. Continuing the game in offline mode. Go to quest counter or quest board to search for or create an online session. Now the question is, can I do post new quest event? Failed to connect to network server. Failed to retrieve quest data. Online session. Create an online session. Finish. Yes. It's a clock. It's actually like a pendant that you can get, and once you actually get it, you can smash it and have a once you get it, you can actually smash it and have a bloodstone gem, like a blood gem. And I believe that blood gem in particular makes your attacks more effective against beasts.
The first Wyverians might be able to tell us where Zora Magdaros is.
Investigation. Nope. Events. How to deal with negative feelings. Bottle up all of your negative emotions, and then you have a Molotov cocktail. I didn't think there was a possibility to double jump. One event quest, and if I can post new quests event, if I can make sure that the event quest is in the Rotten Vale. Okay, what's this? Ow. Ow. Almost unplugged my headset again. Kieran's. No, I do not want to fight Kieran's right now. That is definitely not something I want to do. I'll just do an easy quest. You made me think. Whenever you say Molotov, I think of a thing that I saw online. It's like a person mistaking Molotov for Mazel Tov. Gonna need to go fight. I'm about to go fight some captured Kestodons, which is gonna be oh so pleasing. Well, the thing is, I hate Kestodons, like, with a fiery passion, because every single time I'm in an area with the Kestodons around and I'm trying to do something, they'll just come up and be like, "Hey, I'm gonna hit you with my head," and then I have to kill all of them because I'm angry. It's like, I wasn't gonna bother you, but now you're all dead. Blah, 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 blah. Do you want to build a math lab? A rolling RV math lab. Go away, Mr. White. Have you ever seen the video on YouTube for Do You Want to Build a Snow Dick? It's like a... Oh, did you say yes or no? It's like the grown-ass man with like a full ginger beard goes up to the door dressed like Elsa. He's like, Benny, do you want to build a snow dick? And he goes through a full song. And the guy from the other door is just like, piss off, Jordan. Okay, bye. I'm wondering how I'm eating this with the mask in the way. It looks like I was Well, the thing is, especially with like the plague doctor aesthetic to this, like if you look at the yeah, you can't see the stream, but if you were to look at the stream, you'd be able to see the plague doctor in it mask, and it looks like I'm just pecking at the the piece of meat. You have it on a USB? Do you want to fuck a snowman? You know what the difference between a snowman and a snowwoman is? Snowballs. Yep. Do you wanna build a snow dick? Come on, let's go outside. We can make it really tall with a pair of balls veiny, thick, and white. A giant snowy penis, round and erect, reaching towards the sky. Do you wanna build a snow dick? Yes, it has to be a snow dick. Piss off, Jordan. Okay, bye. The funniest part of it is that this is all being sung by a grown-ass man with a full beard, dressed like in Elsa's clothing. It's also accompanied by a lot of different pictures of people building giant snow dicks. What? Speaking of parody songs, I had a parody that I wanted to write, but I could never really think of how to. And I wanted to, you know the song "You're Welcome" from Moana? I just wanted to. My idea was for a parody song that for based around Dark Souls or a Dark Souls-like game called "You're Dead Now." What can I say except you're dead now? Just go. What do you mean? Oh, now. Mm-hmm. Does it have respawning? At the very least, or no? Ah. In-game currency, I'm hoping. It's a what type? Oh, so it's basically microtransactions that you can use. Well, no matter where you are, like, the world these days runs on pay to win. Or rather, the majority of whatchamacallit. The majority of,
The first Wyverians might be able to tell us where
not payment, but, revenue that a company can make usually will come from, like, add-ons, pay-to-wins, that kind of stuff. Because there will always be people who are willing to just, you know, and just skip steps 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Ah, Christ. What are you doing? Let me guess, you still don't have internet? Why is the internet off? Why does he do that? So he doesn't have to pay for more internet, or? Yeah, the thing is, like, sleep schedules, that's a myth, right? That someone could actually do a sleep schedule? Have a sleep schedule? Like, how do you live like that? Sounds like something that they would like some piece of information that from snake oil salesman or something like that. Okay. There it is. I can make him look like a pimp. The problem is, I need, like, a lot of the armor. Not the armor, but the things. But I can definitely do that. I just need to complete daily quests and all that jazz. Which is pretty easy. Post a new quest. Optional quests. Let's kill something in the effluvium depths. Ooh, what's this? The meat of the matter. What am I supposed to be getting? Unlocks a new canteen item, blah blah blah. I believe I need to get something, but I don't know what I need to get. So I'll learn when I'm down there. Yeah. I would help you out with your with Bloodborne, but my problem is that you can only you can only with PlayStation help people and that stuff if you have PlayStation Plus. That's one situation which PC gaming is better. I just wish I had a good PC. I was actually looking at getting a gaming PC before I lost my job. I might actually, if I can save up money, I might actually get myself a PC that I can do like streaming from and everything. Get a better situation than I do have right now. Because what I'm wanting to do is make money off of only streaming and writing, and my Patreon, and hopefully not need another job. It's a little bit unrealistic, because only certain people can make it work out for them. But I think I'm entertaining enough. Yeah, basically, any VTubers, any YouTubers, any Twitch streamers, they always say it's the start that's the hardest. Like starting out, that's the hardest. But as more and more people start watching me or start taking interest, I'll have better luck. Okay. Deliver a lump of meat. What the hell? What am I supposed to do? What? How do you even breathe with this thing? Oh my god. That's hilarious. I'm wondering how I'm supposed to get lumps of meat down here. There's something wrong with you. You know that, right? Damn it, Bobby. That boy ain't right. Yeah, I think that my audience would be people with corrupted senses of humor. But then again, that's most of the internet these days. What's dark humor? Yep. Dad, I'm blind. Exactly. Yep. How to fall down the stairs. Step 1, Step 2, Step 3, Step 5, Step 8. Yep. Whenever I think of falling down the stairs, you know the song Scatman? I think of that like what, and pair that with someone fall. No, pair that like first part, the skibbity at the beginning with someone falling down a staircase, and it makes it even more hilarious. Yep. Life for us. For us. Yep. Yeah. Did it. I've seen that one of those where it's edited so that that specific one, but it's like in different pitches. Da 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 da. Yep. I'm gonna look up how I'm supposed to get a fucking lump of meat on this mission. Lump of meat in Monster Hunter World. Can only be found in one location, section 13, in a ringed area separated by vine and sinew. Okay. So where's... Okay. It's right here. Are you specifically making sounds that are disgusting? Okay. Now that we're done speaking bullshit... Cat is one of my, simultaneously, my most and least favorite person on the server. Yep. He keeps the server alive and interesting. Just there's some things that I wish he would stop doing. Yep. Luckily, at this point, he's asleep. Yeah. We only have the sock puppet Cat uses right now inside the game. I'm gonna boop this guy. Just before he died, I hit him in the dick. I mean, your existence is already a mistake, so... Oh. So how do you... That doesn't make much sense, because if you only use it with people who have experienced it before, how do people experience it? Oh, there's the thing that I get the lump of meat from. Fuck. No. Like I said before, it's impossible to offend me, and you could basically say and do whatever the fuck. You said, let's get it, and damn, daddy? Okay. Zaddy. Okay, I thought you said daddy. I'm like... Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, that's just me, that's just me being, eh. I have heard and seen a lot weirder. Let me just say that my dad's side of the family. Remember how I told you about how my dad's side of the family is like strong, naturally strong people, yada yada. Well, they're also circus freaks, basically. Every single member of my dad's side of the family is messed up in some way. So, almost nothing you can do will surprise me in a way that puts me off. And yes, that is a challenge. Bitch. That's a challenge, pussy. No, I'm just chuckling at the South Park references. Cartman. One of the most fucked up characters in existence. Timmy. Ominous laughter. Always a plus. Back in high school, I was able to make a cricket sound and a bird squawking. Both of which were high-pitched, and both of which I'm no longer able to do because of the voice dropping thing. It's depressing. I used to scare the shit out of people with the squawking. Well, my thing is that if I hear something for long enough and repetitively enough, I can exactly imitate it. Yeah. Well, when you can manually mold your vocal cords to work in specific ways, kind of helps. Oh shit! I got. Back in my day, the sky was red and I was scared. Oh my god! Just looked. Blood makes the grass grow. What the fuck? Nope, I do not want these gyros attacking me. Like it, but this one is mine. Yep. One of the best movies that I know of is Full Metal Jacket. Back in high school, one of my friends that I was, I think it was either I know it was middle school. Back in middle school, one of my friends who I was visiting his house was like, um, uh, uh, he like showed me the Whale Wars episode. Not entirely one for the South Park games. Not games, show. The games are funny as fuck. The Stick of Truth and the Fractured Butthole. Fun fact about the Fractured Butthole one, you can actually skip the entire game. Yeah. Yep. No, you need to listen to this. It's important. No, you seriously. All right, fine. You want to skip this? Goes to the very end of the game. Like that's the perfect way. One of my favorite things in video gaming is like when a video game like has an interesting or funny way of like skipping the entire game. Yeah, Far Cry 4. If you know about that. The Crab Rangoon. Yep. I am terribly sorry. Yeah. Crab Rangoon. I told one of my friends about that, and he didn't know about it. And we were on the phone, and he waited for like 10-15 minutes until it actually allowed him to do that. It's like until the guy came back. It's just like nobody would really think to do that. True. The thing where you need to wait in this room for an hour. I need to eat a steak. By luring him to the villagers. Yep. That wasn't even the like an intended skip. That's just a cheat. Yep. The type of that's the type of speedrunner I like. I don't like the speedrunners that do like no clipping and stuff like that and cheats like that. Like getting an enemy to get killed by killed early game by, you know, random peasants. That's funny. And it's actually within the guidelines of the game, but like going fuck you. Sorry. This is the second time that this motherfucker has made me knock something down. Or drop the lump of meat. It's basically like the egg mission, where if I get hit, I drop it and it's no longer usable. And I have to go back to the start. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Okay. The thing is, those two weren't there for my first. I forgot what I was saying, to be honest. Yeah, if they're like doing it like through like gaming the way that the game works, like that, then that's entertaining for me. But if you're just like no clipping through the walls or exploiting glitches that allow you to like do this, that, the other thing, that like wield two weapons at the same time in the same hand, yada yada, that's just, to me, that's not speedrunning, that's just cheating, in general. Yeah, I like cheesing, not exploiting. Yeah. And also, I like what I believe the word that is used for what I like is called sequence breaking. It's most prominent in Metroidvania type games. Stupid flying bugs. Or rather, not so stupid flying bugs, considering they're attacking me right now. When I can't fight them back. What? Oh yeah, isn't that the one where he killed the bully's parents, made them into chili, and fed it to him? Mm-hmm. That's one of the reasons why Cartman is one of the most fucked up characters. He's not even a villain, he's just a fucked up kid. Wow, has anybody ever told you that you're an asshole? You are one of the most unbearable assholes I've ever met, but you are really good at this game. So come on, why don't you come with it? Well, fuck you too. Think that you're too good to join my guild? Think that you're so good that just because you can kill a boar? He called me an asshole. Have you seen the video on YouTube that describes like why it's like a video about why Sword Art Online is better, like Sword Art Online Abridged is better than Sword Art Online ever could be? Yeah, it's basically like it more like accurately it talks about how how the plot lines in Sword Art Online Abridged, SAO Abridged, make more sense. Like in the okay, in the original Sword Art Online, Kirito doesn't want the people like the Moonlight Black Cats to know that he's a frontliner and like he's a high level. Why? This is a get death game. Why would you not want to be near someone who's good at the death game? Like, and then, why do they end up going to the dungeon? Because they need chairs for a guild house, like that they're going to buy. Let's go to this death dungeon in the death game where we could die. And why does Ducker like open up the chest? I don't know, because he's an idiot. Yep, and that makes more sense than why Ducker opened up the like why the character actually opened up the chest in the actual show. It's like auto loot makes more sense rather than this guy who was supposedly part of a video game club opening a quest in a side room that is obviously a trap. Slaughternauts and murder golems? It's like it's my birthday. I thought you were going to be nicer. Baby steps, yep. Yep. Thank you for showing me that there was still a part of me that could care about people. Because now that I found it, I've killed it forever. No, you were so close. You were almost a person. You were so close. Civilization 6. I've never been one for the Civilization games, though I do love the glitch. The Gandhi glitch from the originals. How you can make Gandhi go full nuclear just by being nice to him. I might watch some Sword Art Online SAO abridged before going to bed. Yeah, the Alfheim arc is where it starts getting really weird. No, in SAO. Well, actually in, like in SAO and SAO abridged. Because people take things a little bit too seriously in Alfheim, where it's not like the death game. Like, this is just a game where, you know, things happen, but there's like political subterfuge and all this kind of stuff. It's just like fighting. Kirito ends up fighting a general of the salamanders and killing him and all this kind of stuff. It's just like, what the fuck? Like, it could have just ended on regular SAO. Gun Gale was cool. One of the funniest things I saw was like in that thing. I might link to you on the two videos for like the guy who made those videos. He first talks about why Sword Art Online Abridged is an amazing remake, and why and the second thing was like why the Kirito and Asuna relationship in SAO was so much better, like, and is a perfect example of how relationships actually are, because in the original SAO they are somehow financially stable enough to support their AI daughter and emotionally stable enough and all this kind of stuff. They act like adults when they're actually teenagers. And like in the abridged version, they're just like, I want child. Yep. It's like then I discovered you two. Aww, the two most broken, sociopathic people I've ever laid eyes on. More a loose collection of character defects than actual people. Logic would dictate that one of you would kill the other. And yet, your love your love for each other evolved, blah 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 blah. I also love the... you can see that? For someone as worldly as I... why are your clothes still on? Well, are we doing this or what? Suck it, Rosalia! What? Who the fuck is Rosalia? It was innocent. Why do you... yeah, it's like... Why... no, why, are you asking me why I care that someone was killed? No, I'm asking why you care that someone was killed. I don't follow. Well, most would charitably call you the Crown Prince of Douchebags. What? Long shall ye reign. Long may he reign. What's your angle? What's her name? Yeah. Shut up, Yoga Pants. I got her caught in my web of lies. Well, yep. I may have entangled up to... You're catching... How big is this web? You're catching school buses. What? Pretend? And I just... My favorite interactions are between Asuna and Tiffany. Huh? Hey, T-Dog. Hey there, T-Dog. What is up in his house? What do I have to do? Put salt lines in front of the doors? Why do you keep coming back here? I actually was reading a fan fiction before that had that like had that quoted. You know Genshin Impact, right? Well, the main character of this fan fiction was put in Genshin Impact, yada yada, meets Hu Tao, and they start traveling together, and Hu Tao has a tendency of sleepwalking. And she keeps coming into his room and staring at him while he's sleeping, because while she's sleepwalking, and he uses that. It's like, I locked you out. I locked the door. I locked the windows. What do I have to do? Start putting salt lines everywhere? Why do you keep coming back? Oh, excuse me? Hell, Mr. Pot, Mr. Kettle called. He says you're black. What? It's a turn of phrase. It has nothing to do with race. I'm sorry. You look like a very angry black man. Well, now, see, that was racist. Hand in the black man the murder weapon. Tail as hold as time. You look like Benjamin Button. You look like Benjamin Button fucked an old catcher's mitt. Like 3 inches of face stretch over 10 inches of skull, like a jack-o'-lantern that some frat guy barfed in. Like. And ended up regretting every. Oh, okay, all right. Sorry, skeleton man. All right, elephant man. Let's. I just love how Cora Deal gets made fun of. I take requests. Yep. I will not be mocked in such a manner. All right, I'm going, but let the record show, it was my choice. Teleport, ground down. I just love how they the one thing that you might not have noticed is in that episode when Asuna hits him and he goes and hits the thing. It doesn't just say immortal object, it says high score and then says the amount of distance he was thrown to hit it. Hi, Asuna. What if accidentally squeezes her boob? Ah, shit. Oh. Oh, Kirito, save me. No, and I love the turnaround. It's just like, I know that you could have fought that. Yeah, but this seems more satisfying. What? There's a guy attached to the sword. What? But what? Well, it's not like I keep you around for your brains. What? There's a man attached to the sword, you know. I will not be objectified. The video that talks about the relationship actually goes over the fact that Asuna is a sociopath who's used to manipulating to get whatever she wants, and she tries to hide it, and she's actually manipulating Kirito by using his emotional dependency, and she's actually regularly proves that she's not gonna die like Sachi because she is so badass. Like, she is the top bitch that will never die. And he points out that that one of the quotes is like, and this is a phrase and here's a quote that shows just how he feels about her, and then it shows the part where he's like, oh, you bitch, and then they kiss. And it's like, now, you might think I'm being sarcastic, but just earlier, Kuradil says, you know, people say that being called a bitch is so negative, but I think it just proves how how you're attracted, strong and independent, fucking terrifying. Please don't kill me. Yeah, that's how Kirito feels about Asuna. Strong, independent, and oh my god, please don't kill me. You're doing it right now, aren't you? Stare. And also they the reason why why Kayaba Akihiko Kayaba actually like does everything he does is such a, you know what? I don't even know. Are you fucking serious? No, it's because of Metacritic. The gaming website? Well, you know. There's I love how they even call out Bethesda. It's like it's a new game. It's an open world game. Nobody's gonna notice a few glitches. Fucking Bethesda. Why didn't you just blame it on some hacker group pretending to be you? It's not like you had a reason. Well, the thing about that, Asuna, is that is a good point, and I probably should have thought about that years ago. Yeah. Yeah, it's like at one point I thought I saw God until I realized it was actually the janitor Reki. But one of the things that I was gonna point out was like the guy that was making fun of how the original Sword Art Online is. He talks about, he starts making like, he's like, despite Reki Kawahara's, and he like goes down a list of various things, and then it's like shows like 5 minutes later, and then the screen is covered in text, and one of the pieces of text says weird chin. Oh, I'm definitely gonna send you the link. You will. I'm gonna, let me see here. Kirito, that man doesn't have any pants. Do you remember this guy from the fishing arc? Like yeah, that's one of the other things that the guy that is like, he points out how they got rid of the fishing arc, like, or the SAO lasts about 12 episodes, or the original arc lasts about 12 episodes, and is around 6 hours long. Something Witty Entertainment reduced it to 3 hours, and nothing of substance was lost. Do you remember this guy, when this guy talked about soy sauce in the fishing arc? Do you remember this guy from the fishing arc? Do you remember the fishing arc? Nobody does. Why SAO Abridged is better. The genius of SAO Abridged. Okay, share in the Discord. But yeah, you need to watch it. You'll laugh your ass off, well, I'm gonna do both the first one and the second one. Yes, and it was completely unrealistic. Don't ask why I know that. Shut up. I will tell you exactly what I tell my roommate whenever he brings up something like that. So brings up something. Shut up, your logic is not welcome here. I was raised in a house by nothing but women. I know how to be... I know how to be as confrontational and belligerent as possible. I was raised by sexist women. Yeah.
Oh, it's you.
I had my grandmother, my mother, and my sister. And to say all of them were sexist wouldn't be like my grandmother. My grandmother stemmed from. Well, I don't want to say want to give too much family information away, but let's just say that my sister got privileges that I didn't. A lot of privileges that I didn't. What the fuck? Nah, mainly it was she got away with things. Like one example being, we used to do the dishes on and off. Like one night I do the dishes, the next night she does the dishes, and back and forth. And if she failed to do the dishes, like the thing was supposed to be, if one of us failed to do the dishes, the other one would like we would have to do it the next night as well, like until we actually finished did the dishes properly. My sister could slack off, and then I would still have to do the dishes the next night. Or one example is taking care of the dogs. One night, the thing is, we had a doghouse, not doghouse. We had the back door that we let the dog out with, and one night I was doing dishes, or my sister was doing the dishes, and the kitchen was near the back door. My mother was like, "Hey, Sparky, go do the go let the dog out." I was like, "But my she's like right next to the back door, like." She's like, "Oh, she's doing dishes. Like, she's busy." I was like, "Okay, that's fair enough." The very next night, I was doing dishes. My mother's like, "Hey, Sparky, can you let the dogs out?" But she's not doing anything. Like, she's sitting right next to you. My sister's sitting right next to you, and she's not doing it. Well, you're closer to the back door. Yeah, and she was last night. Are you just gonna make me do me take care of the dogs, or are you just gonna keep dancing around the subject like an idiot? That's because you're an idiot. I'm an idiot. You're an idiot. Idiot. Ah, Jim Carrey. Jim Scary. Ugh. What if instead of Jim Carrey, he was just Jim Scary? Skarsgård? Interesting. Last thing I'm going to say before I log off for the night. One of the funniest things that I've ever seen was, you know how Marvel and DC, they have a tendency of making AU comments? Comics? Like alternate universe comics? Well, one of the alternate universes for the Batman comics actually has Batman dying and being revealed to be Bruce Wayne and all that jazz. And at his funeral, the Joker shows up and he's about to set off a bomb, but then he realizes there's no one to stop him. The entire reason for everything he does is because the Batman is going to come stop him. It's their back and forth constantly. So he quits being a villain and he goes to somewhere where he can still be evil but do it all legally. And guess where where he starts working? The DMV. Exactly. Like, you see a picture, but it ends with a picture of the Joker without his mask, without his makeup, smiling maniacally as he's handing some, like, a sheaf of forms to someone and telling them how screwed they are. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. Yeah. I gotta be at the DMV like 12 hours from now. I forgot. Yeah. Hopefully what I was able to do was luckily for me, my mom kept my old learner's permits and stuff like that. So this time when I go in, I can should probably be able to get my apply properly, because now I actually have a physical copy of the learner's permit that the Florida DMV somehow lost in their entire system. I had two different learner's permits and a driver's license, and they somehow lost all of it. Please be aware your contact details have been changed. Let me see here. I'm gonna double check. Yep, at 3:30 p.m. So in about 12 and a half hours. And I'm gonna be walking down there because I don't want to make my roommate waste gas money, especially with how it's going up. Anyway, I'm gonna drop off. Goodbye to whoever else is watching in the chat. And goodbye to whoever's listening to the VODs in the future.